to episode number 030 of Something Else with Arya and not KJ. Today we're going to be discussing Mid-South Wrestling from April 1st, 1982, from the Irish McNeil Boys Club in Shreveport, Louisiana. And we've got a co-host this week. Joining us this week, and for possibly 1 week only, is my former co-host of a completely different podcast. It's my brother, Brian. Brian, how you doing tonight?
Oh, it's another day in paradise in good old Central PA.
Any day you get to spend recording a podcast with me, is always a good day.
Sure, you say that. You keep saying that to yourself.
I will. Didn't you just hear me? I just said it.
You're right. You did. I'm hearing things, I guess.
All right. So before we get too far into this, we just want to remind everybody to subscribe to us, give us a 5-star review on your streaming service of choice. Of course, ultimately, all the episodes are available at tinyurl.com/somethingelsepod. We're also available on angrymarks.com, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Castbox, Overcast, Pod Paradise, Castro, Podbay.fm, Radio Public, and Pocket Cast. As I always say, yes, these are all real places. I promise.
You didn't say Spotify.
I did say Spotify. It was the
You
third
did?
thing Yes.
Do you have a list that you say every week about all the different places that you guys are on?
It's all right here in front of my face.
I bet it is.
If you listen to the show every week, you would know this.
Listen, I've been busy. Like, I have a life that doesn't involve listening to podcasts every day.
Oh, I'm sorry. The one show a week, that's 40 something minutes long. When you're driving to and from school, a show, by the way, that has no cussing at all. So there's no worries about, playing it in front of the kids.
So you're saying I can't curse?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. No cussing.
Listen, you didn't tell me that before we came on air.
Well, I'm sorry, but that's the rule.
I'll try my best. I can't promise you anything.
By the way, like I said, please subscribe. If you do subscribe, not only will you get this show, the Something Else with Arya and not KJ weekly show, you'll also get our new project that I'm working on that'll be coming out in just a few weeks. We'll go over that right before we start dropping, and hopefully I'll have that up by the end of March. But I'll give you more information as we get closer to that.
So, I don't even know what it is.
Why the hell would I tell you about it?
Because you tell me about everything?
I probably did tell you about this, and like everything else, you just ignore me.
Probably. You're right. I apologize.
Yeah. And then you're like, oh, you didn't tell me about this. Like, yeah, sure, I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway,
text message. Yeah. Go ahead.
What was that?
It said screenshot of text message, and then yep.
Alrighty. So we're talking about Mid-South Wrestling, as I said, from April 1st, 1982. Now, Brian, how much do you know about Mid-South Wrestling from this time period?
0.
Great. So let's go to the intro with Boyd Pierce and Bill Watts. We're going to introduce this week's show, and then we'll be right back with that.
Wrestling Television Network. I'm your host, Boyd Pierce, and all upon the network family, we want to welcome this week new stations: Little Rock, Arkansas, Channel 4, and Channel 34 in Oklahoma City, Joplin, Missouri, Channel 16, and Fort Smith, Arkansas, Channel 40. We welcome you to the Mid-South Wrestling Television Network. Grizzly Smith has signed for us a tremendous card this week. All the champions of the area are here. The new North American heavyweight title holder Bob Roop will be in action. Also Alpha and Sika, the Samoan Warriors managed by General Skandar Akbar. The Louisiana state title holder Junkyard Dog joins forces with Mississippi champion Mr. Olympia. We have lots of great action. The one-man gang is here: Paul Orndorff, Tully Blanchard, and we also have our greatest guest commentator ever, according to all the letters that you've seen in, and surely to me he means a lot, Cowboy Bill Watts. Bill, welcome.
Well, thank you, Boyd, and I'm glad you're so partial. And, of course, we have a lot of things happening. Well, first of all, we have some mystery surrounding the disappearance or the failure to appear of Killer Carl Cox. And Reeser Bowden is going to question the man that seems to be at the bottom of most of the accidents or mysterious situations later in today's program, Skandar Akbar. But then Paul Orndorff. Always a bridesmaid, never a bride, it seems like, with the North American title. This has been going on for some 3 years. I remember when he first won the North American title from Ernie Ladd a couple of years ago, and it was the ruling was overturned because it wasn't a signed title match. He ended up having to beat Ernie Ladd twice. And then the situation where Jake Roberts, one time Paul Orndorff was late to the title match, and Jake Roberts won it, which seemingly really was a chink in Paul Orndorff's armor, and the strain got him, and he's been on the other side of the fence, so to speak. And then last week, the 17th of March, Paul Orndorff was scheduled to wrestle Ted DiBiase for the North American title with the stipulation that Bob Roop would be barred from ringside. And as you opened the show and Jim Ross was your guest commentator, Bob Roop came out and maintained that because DiBiase had soundly defeated Paul Orndorff in a recent cage match for the North American title, it seemed to rob Paul Orndorff of his confidence, and he couldn't stand to take the chance to come on TV again and to fail. It was just an ego thing where he couldn't stand that pressure, and it sounded very logical watching the career of Paul Orndorff because he does have a super ego. And Roop assured us practically he wouldn't be here. And then as it progressed, it turned out that Paul Orndorff wasn't here. And apparently, though, Paul Orndorff and Bob Roop and Skandar Akbar had sat down together and had a plan of action against Ted DiBiase in mind. And Roop went in the ring, and the plan was executed, including the one-man gang. And fortunately or unfortunately, we cannot reverse a decision based upon the videotape replays, as cannot the baseball, basketball, or the National Football League. It just has not been sanctioned by any sports association yet. But we'll rejoin those final moments where Bob Roop won the North American title and Ted DiBiase has joined the list of the injured at the hands of the one-man gang.
All right, so there's a lot of information to digest with what we just heard. First of all, Boyd welcomes the newest towns to getting the Mid-South Wrestling Show. Little Rock, Arkansas, Oklahoma City, Joplin, Missouri, and Fort Smith. I think he said Louisiana, but
I believe so.
Yep. So they're all getting the show now. This week, all 4 champions are in action. We'll get to all that here in just a minute. And Boyd, well, he knows who really signs the paychecks, doesn't he?
Oh yeah.
He introduces Bill Watts as the best announcer that we have here, the best color commentator, the people that all the fans all write in cards and letters every week and want to hear Bill Watts on TV. And yeah, the guy signs the check. So, you know, we do have the mysterious disappearance of Killer Carl Cox, and we're going to try to get to the bottom of this. And then Bill goes over all 3 times that Paul Orndorff has been screwed out of the North American title, starting back a few years ago with Ernie Ladd, moving into the moment where Jake Roberts got his title shot instead, and then 2 weeks ago when Bob Roop screwed him over here.
Cowboy's very long-winded.
Oh, Cowboy Bill Watts, show's 42 minutes long. You know, Bill knows how to stretch that out.
You think? Like, holy crap.
Bill's like Jim Cornette, who needs to say something in 5 words when you can say it in 500.
Yeah, sounds all right.
So they show us the finish of Roop DiBiase from 2 weeks ago when one-man gang ran down, attacked DiBiase, ran his knee into the post. Roop put on the figure 4, and DiBiase passed out instead of submitting because, you know, baby faces don't submit, unlike those pussy UFC fighters.
Right.
And we come back to the desk where Bill's recaps what we just saw and, you know, compares it to what we saw last week with Killer Carl Cox.
Well, Boyd, we can see, without a doubt, the influence of Skandar Akbar. We can see the cunning of Bob Roop. And, of course, Ted DiBiase joins that growing injury list. Unfortunately, the videotape replay does not sanction an overthrow of any decision. Just as last week when Killer Carl Cox with his entrenching tool and the Junkyard Dog took the measure of Alpha Sika the Samoans, that still goes in the record book as a win for the Junkyard Dog and Killer Carl Cox. But I think what's happening is some of these guys have decided to fight fire with fire. However, the mystery that unfolded was that Orndorff arrived the day that Roop won the title. He arrived late, very agitated, saying that his car had been tampered with and that he had figured that it was DiBiase. When he found out Roop had taken his place and they had executed the plan and won it, Orndorff went up to the dressing room to congratulate Roop. Roop was in the bathroom showering off. And when Orndorff arrived, the other wrestlers said, "What are you doing here?" Bob Roop said, "You'd cracked up and weren't going to be here." And the lights went on in Paul Orndorff. He realized that the man that had more to gain even than DiBiase, and he realized down deep that DiBiase wouldn't stoop to such skullduggery, was Bob Roop. And Orndorff searched Roop's possessions and found a duplicate set of his car keys, and also found the wire going from the coil to the distributor to his car. And Bob Roop had assured everybody that he wasn't going to be here. Even Paul Orndorff can add 2 and 2 when it's that plain. And we went off the air that day with Orndorff in a rage. And then last week, Paul Orndorff went out when Bob Roop was to wrestle Buddy Landell and took Buddy Landell's place in a match that was not sanctioned and didn't go into the record books. But let's look at that brief bit of action. I think it'll show you the intensity of Paul Orndorff.
So then they show us what happened last week where Bob Roop was supposed to take on Buddy Landell, but Orndorff came to the ring, told everyone else to leave, and he kicked Bob Roop's ass all over the arena. And so, yeah, that's already the first 11 minutes of the show, and we've seen nothing new. Brian, what's your thoughts about all this?
I'm caught up on everything just by listening to Cowboy Bill.
And see, before the show, you wanted me to tell you everything going on, and it's like I should have just told you. Nope, just wait for Bill.
I mean, if I was Mr. Wonderful, I would go in there and pile drive Cowboy for assuming that he was stupid or an idiot or whatever he referred to him as.
Well, no, he didn't say Orndorff was an idiot. He just said that Orndorff was smart enough that he figured out that it wasn't Ted DiBiase who screwed him over. It was his friend Bob Roop.
Poor Roop got caught.
Well, speaking of our good friend Bob Roop, the North American champion is opening up the show in the in-ring portion as he goes one-on-one with Coco Samoa. 10 seconds in, Bob Roop nearly broke his neck as he slaps a headlock on Coco, and Coco goes to send him off the ropes, but I guess the middle rope must have been a little loose because Roop almost went flying out of it and onto his head, but thankfully they were able to save themselves and the match continued. This match played into the same story we've seen with Roop for the last month or so, where his opponents are always getting the best of him, and Roop, the heel, has to fight from underneath. Samoa locks on an armbar, and instead of just grabbing the ropes, Roop throws his entire body over the top rope, but then Coco Samoa just drags him right back over the top and into the ring. Roop does take over and goes for a backdrop, but Samoa uses a neck breaker, and then he uses karate. Because in 1982, any sort of chop doesn't get called a chop, it's karate.
Ooh.
And last week we saw Offensika using the vague offense of his karate, and now we have Coco Samoa. I guess it's a Samoan thing to learn karate. So I'm going to toss this back to Bill, where he is going to say something that you will not hear announcers say in 2023. Let's go to that right now.
Coco Samoa climbed him just like he climbed one of those trees back in American Samoa, but Bob Roop hung on to the cables to keep him from catapulting him off of him. Looked like it was a karate shot. Of course, the referee was out of position. I can guarantee you Bob Roop knew through his peripheral vision that every great athlete has exactly where the referee was.
You will not hear announcers in 2023 say that Coco Samoa going for a monkey flip was like he was climbing Roop like the trees in Samoa. But
yeah, that won't be allowed in any sport this day and age.
I should point out that when Coco Samoa was using karate, it wasn't illegal. But when Bob Roop uses karate, now it's illegal.
Well, yeah.
I think, there's a little bit of bias here, if you ask me. And
just a little bit.
Yes. These dang baby faces are allowed to just cheat and get away with it. And you wonder why heels get angry.
I don't blame him. I would be too.
I like the finish here. Coco went to the middle rope to do a big dive to Roop, but Roop caught him and gave him a belly-to-belly suplex in midair for the win.
Ooh.
So a
In
big
midair,
win.
belly to belly.
Yes, not only a big win, a clean pin for our North American heavyweight champion, which, in case you're like Brian and don't know this, that is the #1 title in Mid-South Wrestling is the North American title.
Ooh, not the
Up,
heavyweight.
well, that is the heavyweight title.
No, okay.
So up next, it's the world's ugliest wrestler, Mike Boyer, versus new top babyface Paul Orndorff.
It's a matter of opinion.
Oh, Mike Boyer's an ugly, ugly man. I bet his wife agrees that he is not a very attractive man. So
You said Boyer?
yes,
Okay.
you might also be listening to Mike Boyette, that you'd also wrestle on as later on. But so Bill Watts, he makes a comparison about Orndorff being a heel who got cheated to win. Watts would get a speeding ticket, knowing how many times does Watts speed and get away with it. And it's almost like he accepts the once and forever when he actually does get caught and gets a ticket. Somehow, I'm sure you're going to say, well, Arya, you should listen to that yourself, because you got a speeding ticket in Ohio. And I'll say, shut up.
Yeah.
Shut up, Brian.
Whatever.
But I thought that was a good comparison. It's like, hey, Orndorff is a heel, and he's taken advantage of baby faces for years, and he's gotten away with it. And now, while we're still sympathetic to Orndorff because he's now a babyface, it's like he deserved what happened to him almost. It's like he deserved to having somebody cheat him instead of him cheating everybody else.
Mean.
So for the second week in a row, I think Mike Boyer forgets that wrestling is fake, as Orndorff almost has to use a shoot clothesline to knock him down at one point. And then Orndorff wins with a power slam off the ropes. During this, they do mention that DiBiase won't need knee surgery following the attack by One Man Gang a couple of weeks ago. So DiBiase's not on the list of people that One Man Gang has caused to be injured and need surgery. We then go
Thank goodness for that.
Yes. We now go to an interview from earlier today where good old Reeser Bowden talks to General Skandor Akbar about the disappearance of Killer Carl Cox.
Well, boy, Beers, it seems like there's a growing list of injured personnel. And whenever an injury happens, you can almost always ask Skandor Akbar, and if he's not directly or indirectly responsible, I'm sure he knows. Reeser Bowden asked him about the mysterious situation surrounding Killer Carl Cox. You be the judge whether or not he answered it or whether he sidestepped the issue.
Last week, right here on television, you saw the Junkyard Dog team up with Killer Carl Cox, and they apparently gave the Samoans a pretty good shellacking. But since that time, some mysterious things have happened. Killer Carl Cox has not shown up for any of his bookings during the week. And, of course, anytime anything mysterious happens around the area, the fans automatically say, probably Skandor Akbar had something to do with it. Now, I'd like to just ask you, have you had anything to do with this, or do you know anything about it?
I'm sure there's a logical explanation for everything. He could have had a stroke, could have got sick, a heart attack. Maybe he got beat up in a truck stop on the way to Dallas. Who knows?
What do you mean on the way to Dallas?
Now, just a minute, Reeser. Every time somebody can't make any commitments or bookings in the Mid-South, I get the blame for it. I had nothing to do. I had nothing to do at all with it. Maybe somebody out there doesn't like Marines. And speaking of Marines and a lunatic, this man didn't even know when he was out of a combat zone. He took an entrenching shovel and crowned my Samoans on the head, and they gave him the victory. Now, how can Mid-South condone tactics of a maniac like Killer Carl Cox? But now I am happy that he's out of wrestling. Whatever happened, I'm happy that he's out. And there's two more obstacles in Mid-South that we will overcome. And I'm talking about the Mississippi Heavyweight Championship, the Louisiana Heavyweight Championship. As you know, we already own the Mid-South Tag Team Championships, and Roop is now a North American champion. So that leaves two. And remember what happened to Cox all falls into a pattern. Don't team up with the Junkyard Dog, because he's a marked man.
Well, we still don't know what happened to Killer Carl Cox, but maybe Skandar Akbar might let it out sooner or later.
Well, Boyd Pierce, I'm not a trial attorney or a top litigator as my good friend Wild Bill Sellers in Sapulpa, Oklahoma is, but I bet even to the layman they saw that Reeser Bowden had brought up a great point when he trapped Skandar Akbar, and that Akbar seemingly knew the approximate location of the disappearance of Killer Carl Cox. But I guess it'll all come out in the wash, as they say.
Bill, we have a ring full of contestants for the next match. Let's go for the interview.
Alrighty, so Reeser interviews Skandar Akbar about the disappearance of Killer Carl Cox. So Akbar claims that, hey, for all we know, Killer Carl Cox may have had a stroke or a heart attack. And I got to say, that's just tremendous that, hey, maybe this wrestler, we didn't just randomly beat him up and leave him for dead. Maybe he had a stroke and just no one knows about it.
Yeah, you never know.
Yep.
Back in the 80s, I mean, you never know the kind of crazy stuff people did.
Of course, he slips that, he was on his way to Dallas. And so Reeser calls him out, like, why would he be on his way to Dallas? How would you even know he'd be on his way to Dallas? Because Dallas is an entirely different territory. And so Akbar just starts screaming and goes from, a 4 to a 10 and begins yelling about Cox being a maniac, using his trenching tool to hit the Samoans over the head last week. He's happy that Cox is out for whatever reason and mentions that they want the Louisiana and the Mississippi titles. And, even though Bob Roop isn't one of his men, specifically says that they already have Roop as North American champion. So I guess he's not going to go after Bob Roop, at least not right now.
Listen, I love the Samoans had hard heads.
They do, and they're actually in our next match, tag team champions the Samoans with General Skandar Akbar against Jesse Barr and Buddy Landell. The fans are chanting USA, USA, ignoring the fact that American Samoa is part of America. It's possible they are, hopefully, and it gets even worse in the next match, but hopefully they're actually chanting at Akbar and not at, these two technically American citizens. Now, here's a question for you, Brian. It's something I brought up over the past few weeks here with the Samoans. Now, these two men are uncivilized savages. They do not know the ways of civilized society. They don't speak English. They can't come to the ring on their own. They need a manager to guide them along the way because they can't do any of these things on their own. However, they do understand tag team continuity and how one man has to stand on the apron and wait for the tag. And all these, and they do understand the rules of professional wrestling. It makes you wonder how people thought that this was real.
You ask excellent question.
You want to give a
I don't
guess?
have an answer. I mean, that's so many different things would come to mind, but none that make any sense, actually.
Well, Jesse Barr and poor Boudreaux got in actually more than the average amount of offense as an enhancement team against the champs here. The Samoans do take over on Boudreaux when Offa ran his head into Sika's head. Barr got the hot tag and ran wild for a few seconds until Sika cut him off and pinned him with the Samoan drop. And there are a handful of fans in the crowd with a giant American flag that they put up, at Akbar, hopefully. All right, so next match, one-man gang with General Skandar Akbar versus Rick Ferreira. So I'm going to play some audio here, and not that this has anything to do with the match so much, but Bill Watts is running down the dates of a couple shows at the end of April and the beginning of May, including the next Superdome show. And there's a reason for this, and when he recaps everything, I'm going to come back and go over this.
Hearst Memorial Coliseum, a big one. Jackson, Mississippi, April the 24th. The Superdome, May the 1st in New Orleans. May the 2nd, a spectacular in Lake Charles. May the 3rd in Tulsa, Oklahoma. May the 4th in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. So we're getting ready to go into a bunch of super spectaculars. And these wrestlers, beings they are paid based on the percentage of the gate. plus their contractual arrangements with Mid-South and Grizzly Smith, they're all jockeying and vying for that top slot because this is the toughest sport alive for any independent contractor.
So I wanted to play including the end where he talks about how the guys get paid, but I specifically wanted to mention those 4 dates at the beginning of May, where he talks about how May 1st they're in New Orleans, May 2nd they're in Lake Charles, May 3rd they're in Tulsa, and May 4th they're in Baton Rouge. You want to guess how long that road trip is over 4 days?
I say that has to be a pretty long one.
So New Orleans to Lake Charles is 206 miles. Not terribly bad,
No,
overnight. Then Lake Charles to Tulsa is 505 miles.
Yeah.
It gets better. Tulsa, Oklahoma to Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 563 miles. So to do, and who knows where everyone starts traveling from, but either way, in 3 days to go to 4 shows, 1,274 miles.
It's a hell of a trip.
Yeah. By the way,
that's a road trip for us.
Yeah, sure. By the way, for whatever reason, Zoom is going to be a pain in my ass and saying I can only record for 10 more minutes. So we may have to do like a part 1, part 2, and edit it together here type thing. But we'll cover that here in 8 minutes. So one-man gang wins. The squash goes longer than usual. It went maybe 90 seconds. And this is where I'm like, hopefully they're chanting USA at Akbar since Gang is from Chicago.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So we come back here and let's play a promo next from Ernie Ladd, who's back from his knee surgery. And he's got a message to Akbar and the Samoans.
Well, Boyd Pierce, Ernie Ladd was injured February the 3rd, right here on Mid-South Wrestling. February the 26th, he had the arthroscopic surgery. You folks at home have seen a segment of that operation. He was back here today talking to Reeser Bowden about returning to the wrestling wars in 2 weeks. Let's see what Reeser Bowden and Ernie Ladd talked about in that interview.
Right here on television, you saw film describing the very serious surgery that Big Ernie Ladd had on that knee because of an injury brought about by Skandor Akbar and his vicious gang. But Ernie, it looks like you've made great progress. I know that even though a lot of the wrestling fans didn't agree with your tactics, they did have sympathy for this because they said this shouldn't happen to anybody. Now, what is your progress exactly?
My progress is great, Reese. You see, I can do with the cane or without the cane, but I have this cane for one particular purpose, in case there's some rats in the bushes out there. I like to used to hide in the bushes, but Reese, let me tell you something. Yeah, somebody got to stop that one-man gang. Somebody got to stop Skandor Akbar. He stole something from me. But first of all, Reese, let me clear the record up. I have gotten with Grizzly Smith, and I got me a mystery partner. And I'm going to tell you about that a little later on. And I've signed for 2 weeks from here, right here on this television, and I want to turn it out. I want to put something on somebody that soap and water won't wash off the back. I promise you, that lawsuit they're building them pots? It won't get it off their back. Risa, I got a mystery partner. But first of all, I call one man, a brother that I know is supposed to be a serious brother, and offered him $10,000, Risa. And what happens? Hang the phone up. None other than the junkyard dog. I said, let's bury the hatchet, brother. I'm over here, brother. Let's bury the hatchet. I need some help right now. What up? So what I got to do the next best thing. I got me a man that's real. Things worked out even better anyway, Risa. I got me a mystery partner, Risa. He can go any kind of way, upside down, all around, and anywhere else. You see, that one-man gang come in here. He come off the top rope on me. Okay, Alpha and Seeker. I took him and fed him. I brought him to the light. What did they do? They turn it to double cross me. What did Akbar do? He ate in my house. He stayed with me. What did he do? He turned against me. He was stealing all the time. What did they do? They hurt Mike George. They hurt Ernie Ladd. They hurt Ted DiBiase. They hurt Dick Murdoch. And all right, now I understand they can't locate Killer Carl Cox. Something's wrong with Killer Carl Cox. Now what is somebody's got to stop him, Risa?
I agree.
Somebody, Risa, got to stop him.
2 weeks from now, find out what Ernie Ladd does.
Well, Boyd Pierce, in 2 weeks, Big Ernie Ladd returns to the Wrestling Wars against Alpha and Sika, General Skandor Akbar, the one-man gang, and he says he's got a mystery partner. That'll give Akbar something to think about for a couple of weeks.
Right now, let's go to the ring for
All right. So, yep, Ernie Ladd got injured by the Samoans, got injured by one man gang. He had his knee surgery, and now he's turned babyface. Now he has a tag team match in 2 weeks against the Samoans. And who's the first person he goes to try to, have his to team with him? But Junkyard Dog. And Junkyard Dog is like, hey man, after all you've done to me, I'm not teaming with you. I don't want your $10,000. And so Ernie has a mystery partner who's going to be here in 2 weeks to team up with him to go against the Samoans. Now, Brian, I've got to ask you this. If I had brutally turned on you and, laid you out, attacked you, uh, left you with a horrible knee injury that you'd have surgery on, would you then try to recruit your former number one enemy to be your tag team partner? Offer them $10,000 to be your partner?
Well, first I would have to have $10,000 to give to said person.
$10. Let's say you have $10 now to give
Much
to.
better. Okay, now we're talking. Now we're talking. Depends who the person is. I mean, does he mesh well with me? Do our styles contrast? Can I tolerate him for more than 5 minutes? I don't know.
It appears that the only reason why you want to team with him is because he's also the same race as you.
Oh, so that throws a curveball in it. Okay, I'll have to think about it.
I mean, it does help that Junkyard Dog is the most popular wrestler in Mid-South, and he would honestly be the first person you would think of to go ahead and do this. So before we go to our next match, we're going to take a time out here and restart Zoom because apparently when two people are on a Zoom call, one of them has to upgrade to Pro in order to have a nice long 1 hour audio clip here. So we're going to take a time out. We'll come back and, it'll be like a 5-minute break on our end, but it'll be edited smoothly on your end. So we'll be right back. Hang on 1 minute. And welcome back. For the rest of y'all, that was like 2 seconds. And for us, it was like 5 minutes.
Eternity. It was an eternity, let me tell you.
By the way, while we were on a break, I did look up the results from those 4 shows that were 1,274 miles apart. It was all the same wrestlers in each show. So it's not like, that they had, different guys wrestling further away or whatever. Nope. Same guys, basically the same matches. So yeah.
Lovely.
That's a lot of miles to put on your car.
Yeah.
And they're not making a whole crap ton of money, especially the undercard guys. So up next, we've had some big debuts the last few weeks. We had Jim Ross 2 weeks ago. Tully Blanchard has been here. And up next, we have quite the debut here as it's Louisiana champion Junkyard Dog teaming with Mississippi State champion Mr. Olympia to go 2-on-2 with Tully Blanchard and Wayne Ferris, who, if the name doesn't ring a bell, it's the Honky Tonk Man.
I thought Ferris sounded familiar.
It's the Honky Tonk Man before he was the Honky Tonk Man. He has
the Honky Tonky Man.
Yeah, he has bleach blonde hair, which is just
Jesus.
Yeah, amazing. And yeah, I mean, I forget the name of his tag team, but he was in a tag team in Memphis. They were blondes. So this is around that time. He famously tells a story about how in a week of main event matches, he gets his check for $999. And Lawler walks up and says, "Hey, it's your first $1,000 week." And he's like, "It's not $1,000. It's $999. I was like, "I knew you wouldn't appreciate it." And cousins sometimes got to argue. Now, last week, Blanchard had a really good competitive match with Mr. Olympia. This week, his job was to fly for the dog, and fly he did. Ferris somehow fared worse against the dog, as at least, Blanchard was able to get a blow in or two. The heels did get the heat briefly on Olympia. And we had our second botch of the show when Olympia drops down for a go-over but he gets up a second early and basically gives a headbutt to Tully's knee.
Ooh.
Yeah, that may have hurt Olympia more than it hurt Tully.
Yeah, I would say so.
Anyway, Dog gets the hot tag. He runs wild on both men. Tully from the outside trips Dog. Ferris picks him up for a body slam, but Olympia does a missile drop kick to the back of Junkyard Dog, and then Dog pins Wayne Ferris with the thump.
Bump.
Yep, the thump. So we've had all 4 champions in action today. All 4 champions win.
Shocker.
And then we have our expiration of time match. It's Iron Mike Sharp versus Ron Cheatham. Now I'm sure a man named Ron Cheatham follows the rules, you know.
Absolutely. The name like Cheatham. Yes.
Cheatham gets on the full Nelson 30 seconds in, but Sharp powers out of it. And this was more than the average expiration of time match, as we usually either have 2 jobbers wrestling or we have 2 stars wrestling, and usually just goes to the time limit draw of 3 minutes. But this time we actually had a star versus an enhancer talent, as this is pretty much the only territory where Mike Sharp actually got pushed. And I always have to question, like, you know, he's really good. He's a lot better than you'd think, considering he had his most famous careers as a WWF jobber for what feels like a decade.
Yeah.
But, you know, like I said last week, he would have done pretty good in the actual mid card of the WWF, especially when you consider a lot of the guys who were in the mid card at that time. And to prove the point that not every expiration of time match goes to the time limit, Sharp gets the win with the Bruno Sammartino over the shoulder backbreaker.
Ooh.
Yep.
Stay classy.
Boyd and
Iron
Bill's
Mike Sharp.
Iron Mike Sharp, complete with misspelled name, but it is Mid-South Wrestling. Everyone's name gets misspelled. Like Sika is Sica. Iron Mike Sharp, by the way, spelled without the E at the end of Sharp. But
Okay.
But Bill and Boyd sign off, and that does it for this week's episode of Mid-South. Now, Brian, as I know you listen to us every single week, whether you admit to it or not, every week we rate our Mid-South show on a scale of 1 to 10 Ed Wiskowskis, because even though Ed Wiskowski is the worst wrestler of all time, the more Ed Wiskowskis you get, the better the show was. So just from what you've heard, how many Ed Wiskowskis out of 10 would you give this week's show, Brian?
Well, compared to nowadays wrestling, having all 4 champions wrestle on the same show, that's pretty impressive. But I feel a solid 6 would do. 6 will do well. Solid 6.
Last week, 2 weeks ago, I gave that show a 10 Ed Wiskowskis. Last week, I gave it 8.5 Ed Wiskowskis. This week, closer to like a 6.5 Ed Wiskowskis. You know, it wasn't a bad show. We got a good Ernie Ladd promo. We got some good wrestling, but there wasn't a whole lot of angle progression going on here outside of that. Like, we didn't get a lot of recaps, which is always good because, hey, you know, if you missed the show, you know, you're not out in Never Never Land having no idea what's going on. They're going to tell you what happened. And that's what happened here. Alrighty, so it's we go from there to Weird News of the Week. And that's Weird News of the Week presented by Nobody. Nobody, the company that sponsors nothing.
Could I sponsor it?
You want to give me money to sponsor the Weird News of the Week? Sure.
Heck no, you crazy? I should get a discount.
Fine, you still have to give me money.
I'll give you nothing to sponsor it.
No.
What fun is that?
Well, this week we go to UPI.com, our old friend Ben Hooper, talk about this week's weird news. A 50-year-old message in a bottle found in a Pennsylvania park. This is dated February 24th. A visitor to a state park in Pennsylvania found a bottle on the ground in the woods that contained a message from a family camping trip 50 years earlier. Joe Frazetta said he and his wife Marcy Mallory were at Fowler's Hollow State Park in Perry County when he saw what he initially thought was trash on the ground. And what do people do when they think they see trash on the ground? Pick it up and open up the bottle. Anyway,
Oh, that's what you do.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah. Frazetta picked up the bottle and noticed there was paper inside with writing on it. I'm thinking, well, people don't usually write on their trash, so maybe there's something here, Frazetta said WGAL-TV. The bottle contained Bernard Moore's campground receipt for $6 from August 31st, 1973, as well as a paper plate that bore messages written by 5 members of the Moore family during their camping trip. It brought back memories for me of my camping in a state park, Mallory said. Mallory, president of Pennsylvania Parks and Forest Foundation, shared the story with the organization's newsletter in the hopes of tracking down one of the campers or a relative. Hopefully, we can connect up with the family that left the message and return it to them. That would be awesome, Frazetta said. Brian, would that be awesome?
Maybe. That'd be kind of cool.
You know, Brian, you're from Pennsylvania. Do you know
I
these
am.
people?
I do not. No, I'm not familiar with these people.
You don't know Bernard Moore or his family, who all wrote on a paper plate in
Bernard
1973?
Moore. Let me see if he has Facebook. Hold on a second.
God.
Bernard Moore. Okay. Bernard. How's
Bernard,
Moore spelled? How's Moore spelled?
Moore, like every person named Moore.
Huh. Bernard Moore. The Bernard Moorer.
Nope.
Oh, Bernard Moore. Let's see here.
Does he
looks
look
kind of
like
old. He's from Pittsburgh.
Does he look like a 70-plus-year-old man?
Nope.
All
Nope.
right, so
I feel he's on Facebook.
I'm shocked that this at least 70-year-old man is not on Facebook.
I mean, it's possible. You never know.
And now that we've got Brian stalking people on Facebook,
Yes.
so this is typically where we would sign off the show, but I got to ask Brian. Brian, how'd you enjoy your return to podcasting this week?
It was memorable, especially since I just found out an hour ago that I'd be on this podcast.
I love that you
brings back
found out.
memories of.
You found out. Like, I didn't text you and ask if you wanted to do it 4 hours ago. By the way,
Was that 4 hours ago?
it's 6:30. It's now 10:30.
Oh yeah, I guess so. Yeah, you're right. Like always, you're right.
I should point out that Brian had 3 hours before we started recording the show, and at no point did he watch the 42-minute wrestling show that he would be talking about.
But I feel I talked more during this podcast than I did our old one when I actually did watch the shows.
You did not watch the shows back then either.
Not all of them, but most of them I did.
And it was always obvious when you didn't watch it too.
Hey, it still put butts in the seats.
More than once, I spouted out wrong information to see if you would catch me during those old shows. And at no point did you ever actually catch me.
I put a butt in every 6 inches. That's all that matters.
Yeah, I'd like to know where you did that.
Hey, in my mind.
So we're going to see you here again next week, Brian?
We'll see. Could be a possibility. I'll check my busy life schedule and get back to you.
And you're going to
I'm a very
start
busy
listening to the
person.
show. You're going to start listening to the show again now that you're actually on it, right?
I'll listen to this one probably, but yeah.
This show that's going to be posted 8 days from when we're actually recording it.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Why does it take you so long to do these?
It usually doesn't. I've already taped the show I'm posting tomorrow. I taped last week's show earlier this evening.
Last week's show. Okay, that makes no sense, but okay.
How does it make no sense?
How did you record last week's show early? Or you said next week? Never mind. Yes.
Ladies
You're
and
shaking your head
gentlemen,
now, aren't you?
This is why I preferred KJ.
Sorry. So
Oh,
sorry.
no, you're not.
You're right, I'm not. Absolutely not.
So that's episode number 030 of Something Else with Ari and Not KJ, with this week's special guest, Brian.
Hi.
Brian, you want to plug anything before we go?
No, I think I'm good. You do all the plugging.
You do all the plugging.
Yep. You do all the plugging. Yep.
All right. So thank you all for listening, and we'll talk to you again in a week. And welcome to episode number 031 of Something Else with Ari and Not KJ. The real episode number 031 of Something Else with Ari and Not KJ. I am Aria, joined by Not KJ. And every so often, I think, I wish I had a co-host to kind of keep me on track, especially if I'm a little overwhelmed and thinking about 18 different things at once. Well, in case you're wondering why this show is being uploaded a day late, I made a boo-boo last night. um, so I had somehow told myself that I hadn't watched the show to review this week, the Mid-South show. And so when I went and looked, I'm like, well, I've already done April 8th, so I have to do April 15th. So I watched April 15th, 82, made all my notes, recorded a podcast, and I was halfway through the show, and this show, in fact, you listen to a week from now. I was halfway through when I suddenly realized I never recorded this week's show. I never did actual episode 031 talking about Mid-South from April 8th, 1982. So literally next week's show, I introduced it as 031. I spend half the show talking about it like it's 031. And suddenly, halfway through the show, and you'll hear it for yourself next week, I suddenly get this realization that I think I skipped an episode, and I put the show on pause for a second so I could go look. And sure enough, I skipped an episode. So instead of airing them out of order, which was an idea for like 4 seconds, instead, well, I just finished recording episode turned out 032. And, here we are now going backwards, talk about episode number 031. We are here to talk about Mid-South Wrestling, April 8th, 1982, from the Irish McNeil Boys Club in Shreveport, Louisiana. It's honestly hilarious watching or talking about this show when I've already talked about next week's show. And so I was like, I've got to kind of rewind this in my head and, pretend next week hasn't happened yet. And, didn't happen, 39 years, 11 months, and 1 week ago. So first, let's go to the desk. Boyd Pierce is here, along with the Cowboy, Bill Watts.
Hello. And the Mid-South Wrestling Television Network. I'm your host, Boyd Pierce, and we have a lot of exciting action for the next 60 minutes. We're glad that you joined with us. Matchmaker Grizzly Smith bringing all the top stars. They all want to come to the Mid-South area because that's where the action is. From the Southwest area, you'll see Tully Blanchard in action, the big man that's crippled so many men in the past few weeks. The one-man gang will wrestle. All the champions are here. the Junkyard Dog from Louisiana, the Mississippi title holder, Mr. Olympia, Mid-South Tag Team title holders. It'll be Afa Sika, the Samoan Warriors under the guidance of General Skandar Akbar, North American Heavyweight Champion Bob Roop, Iron Mike Sharp. We have lots of things coming and lots of things going on, challenges being hurled. We have a man that can handle it. In all my years, I've never found a guest commentator with the knowledgeable ability of this man, and he can break it down where we can understand it. We've asked him to be with us again this week, and here he is, Cowboy Bill Watts. Bill?
Well, thank you, Boyd. And, you know, it's always a pleasure to get to do something you enjoy, and both you and I enjoy professional wrestling, and It's great to be able to be a part of it and come into the people's homes each week via TV. And, again, the one-man gang and Skandar Akbar, I guess, have started something that we don't know who's going to reap what was sowed. But Ernie Ladd, the man it all started with, the 6'9", 320-pound, all-pro, Hall of Famer, San Diego Chargers, for the Houston Oilers, Kansas City Chiefs. It all started February 3rd, 1982, when Ernie Ladd was right here at this table with you and I arguing about that he wanted equal time with Dusty Rhodes. And the Samoans were to wrestle the Junkyard Dog and Mike George for the Mid-South tag titles, and we looked up while he was talking, and Skandar Akbar was in the ring with him. We thought that Ernie Ladd had just pulled another maneuver and added somebody else to his meal ticket. And I think we were kind of skeptical as we asked him because we didn't want to be made fools of. But it turned out that Ernie Ladd was caught totally unaware and injured. And let's relive that moment, February the 3rd, 1982.
All right, so we're not going to listen to that, but because we've already listened to it, once and have talked about it quite a bit. But so it's Boyd Pierce and Bill Watts this week, as I mentioned. Grizzly Smith, as Boyd Pierce has mentioned, has put together another just outstanding card here. And of course, Boyd's here at the desk kissing Bill Watts' rear end. And as I mentioned last week with Brian, if you're going to kiss someone's butt, you may as well be the guy signing the checks. And, they go over the Ernie Ladd angle, and you heard it. This is from, I think it said February 9th, and we're now on April 8th. It's like, this has been going on for 2 months, and just now we're getting to the point where next week we're going to have our first match in the storyline. Of course, the key is who is Ernie Ladd's partner going to be. So what they pitched it to was just the angle where the Samoans attacked Ernie Ladd. One-man gang made his debut. He injured Ernie Ladd's leg. Ernie Ladd, of course, went and got knee surgery that we saw here on TV a few weeks ago. We come back to the desk, and Bill and Boyd are going to take it from here.
Thought we were without a title match, but Akbar said that the dispute was personal between he and Ernie. The tag match was signed between Afa and Sika and the Dog and Mike George, and Grizzly Smith upheld it, and the match was booked, and it went on right here on Mid-South Wrestling. And I'll say one thing, that's why it's the king of sports, because no matter whether you like the outcome or not, there's action, and I have never seen more action than in the final closing moments when Afa and Sika won the Mid-South tag titles and Mike George was injured, and let's relive that.
All right, so from here we go to, as Bill Watts just said, a recap of the tag team title change from that same episode back in February, where the Samoans defeated Mike George and Junkyard Dog to win the Mid-South Tag Team Championship, a championship they still hold right this second. And let's go back to Bill to recap this and to bring it home to get us into our into action here on Mid-South.
You saw there was 2 of the top stars down, all to the credit of General Skandar Akbar, a new, tremendously huge human Hulk. The one-man gang was sprung on the scene. Then Dick Murdoch. Well, Dog is the man that they've marked. He wasn't there that evening, and Dusty Rhodes took his place, and they injured Dick Murdoch in that tag match, and Ted DiBiase, and now the mysterious situation around Killer Carl Cox. But where it all started, it all comes back, and everything goes a full circle. And Ernie Ladd says that next week, he and a mystery partner are going to wrestle Afa and Sika right here on TV. And I hope to be here with you, Boyd Pierce, because it should be a lot of action.
I'm looking forward to it, and we'll have the big one-man gang in action after this word from Mid-South Wrestling Television Network.
So, yep, Bill brings it full circle. And I go into this, spoiler alert, I go into this a bit next week. But one thing Mid South has been doing really well is basically getting all of the angles somehow tied in together with the top guys. Because you have one man gang laying out Dick Murdoch and Ted DiBiase. Ted DiBiase is feuding with Bob Roop. Bob Roop is also feuding with Paul Orndorff. Paul Orndorff was just a cowardly, despicable heel for years and years and years, and now he's a beloved babyface that the crowd's gonna get behind him. But do the other baby faces trust him? And the same thing's going on with Ernie Ladd, where he's was a heel forever, and now he's turning babyface and trying to get the other baby faces to trust him. And we know that Junkyard Dog did not trust him and would not take, the money that he offered to be his partner. All these angles are all intertwined. All these top guys are all easily working in and out with each other. And, it continues on from here. Bill mentions he wants to be here next week when Ernie Ladd returns to the ring with a mystery partner to take on the Samoans. He is here next week, and that's a story for next week. But we have a very unique episode next week. I'll tell you that ahead of time. But we go to the ring for our first match here. It is one man gang with General Skandor Akbar versus the ugliest jobber in wrestling, Mike Boyer. Boyer gets in a little bit of offense, but one man gang no sells his punches. Gang hits the hanging tree slam, where Boyer lands on his ass instead of his butt. I never thought I'd say this, but Great Khali managed to do something that looked safer. Watts during this match reiterates that Akbar wants the Mississippi and Louisiana titles, and Gang wins with the big splash. Up next, Mid-South Tag Team Champions Offense Seek of the Samoans with General Skandor Akbar versus Iron Mike Sharp and Nature Boy Buddy Landell. So after getting a bit of a push in the last few weeks, Sharp was relegated to enhancement duty this week. And Akbar is going crazy because he needs to know who Ernie Ladd's mystery partner is. And let's go now to this audio where he confronts Reeser Bowden about it.
Asking, I'm demanding, I want to know who Ernie Ladd's mystery partner is going to be next week. Now I'm through asking, I'm demanding. Mid-South tells me who Ernie Ladd's mystery partner is.
Well, Ernie Ladd has not revealed yet who his mystery partner would be, so we don't know either. We'll have to take that up with matchmaker Grizzly Smith.
Bill, we saw
Reeser doing what is just the most common thing that happens on Mid-South. Anytime you go to the announcer to complain, he's like, hey, I don't know what you're talking about. Go talk to matchmaker Grizzly Smith. And you get that, a lot. And usually it's Boyd. So usually it's somebody going to Boyd and him telling him to go to Grizzly. Now they're going to Reeser. And Reeser is telling him, hey, I don't know anything. I'm starting to think, by the way, that Reeser was never smartened up to the business, but yeah. So Sharp and Landell shined a bit longer than expected. And ultimately, at the end of the day, they had some time to fill because there was a lot of nothing important happening this week. I mean, there is a bit of an interview coming up here in a minute with Ernie Ladd, but other than that, this is the show to build to the show next week, where it's like we're gonna pay off that angle we've been going on now for 2 months with Ernie Ladd and the Samoans. And so this week it's more just getting us to that point. And so to get us to that point, we get a lot of wrestling in matches where typically you wouldn't expect to last, terribly long. But we have the Samoans and Mike Sharp and Buddy Landell here. Sharp and Landell, like I said, shined a bit longer than expected. While this is going on, Bill uses this match to go off on one of his legendary tangents where he talks about everything in the world but the match. This time he's talking about an amateur wrestling banquet he attended and the new coach of the Oklahoma State wrestling team. I'm not even going to bother playing it because he's just naming names that I guarantee 99% of the audience watching had no idea who he was talking about. And not that, people didn't care about amateur wrestling, but it's like, you don't watch professional wrestling because you want to get a lecture on amateur wrestling. You know, Sika, by the way, used a chop to the neck. The advantage, though, didn't last long. And Sharp got the hot tag. Sharp ran wild for a little bit, but tagged out because he ain't doing the job. Alpha took Landell's head off with a clothesline, and Sika pinned him with the Samoan drop. All right, so we've got the interview here with Ernie Ladd queued up, which is next. Well, let's go to Reeser, who's going to be talking to Ernie.
Before we go into the next event, Big Ernie Ladd has some words that he would like to bring to you, and it's been pointed out that there are a lot of people anxious to know who your mystery partner is going to be.
It's not for you to know, it's for me to know, and it's not for nobody else to know. Right. All I can tell you, listen, all the wrong that's been done around here, it's time for me to start cleaning up on some head and beating some head. I want to start with the Samoans, get the Samoans first. He come in and say anything he ain't got nothing to do with this. You don't have no business knowing who my mystery partner is. I've had enough of your stuff.
Boy, Pierce, let's bring it down, and Reeser Biden wisely getting himself out of the ring, but here comes Alpha and Sika. Ladd's trapped again. Ernie Ladd should know that where Akbar is, his helm is up. There's another man in that ring, and he's struggling. Maybe Ernie Ladd set a trap to his own. Boy, Pierce, if that's not the assassin, I'm not sitting here by you. That's the assassin.
Bill Watson is the assassin.
You talk about a mean one. You talk about double trouble. It looked like Ernie Ladd baited the trap, boy, Pierce. And next week, oh.
And they're left in the ring is Ernie Ladd and the assassin.
There's double trouble for anybody. I can speak from first-hand experience that both those men look like the big cat is ready to walk tall, and he's got the assassin.
Did you see a pair of 300-pounders and their manager move fast, Bill Watts?
Yeah, they thought they had the big man, and I know that he would have tried to put him out. Reese about to get in the ring.
Well, that certainly should clear up any mystery about a mystery.
Well, there ain't no question I was playing. I was ready for a little trick like that. And if they try some shenanigans like that in the near future, they're going to get the same thing. They're going to get a double dose, and they just come twice this six the next time. So I'm tired of talking, and I know everybody knows he's great. I had a little secret for him, and they fell for the trap, but they haven't fallen for the trap like they're going to get hurt.
Well, it's been a good while since people in this area have seen the assassin at work.
To outsmart Ernie Ladd and the assassin, I'll guarantee you that. And if they want war, that's exactly what they'll get.
And the assassin has brought war to a lot of rings around this country.
All righty. So Ernie Ladd does his interview. What you may not have been able to figure out, at least at first, is that the general, Skandor Akbar, comes out to interfere and basically lead the Samoans in on an attack on Ernie Ladd. However, they weren't going to get the best of him this week because Ernie Ladd had an ace up his sleeve in the form of the assassin. The masked assassin comes running in. He helps Ernie Ladd take out the Samoans. The Samoans bail. They run for cover. And the crowd pops huge for Ernie Ladd and the assassin, two people who most would associate as heels, but here they are drinking in the adulation of the crowd. And the mystery is no longer a mystery. The assassin will be here next week to team with Ernie Ladd to take on the Samoans Alpha and Sika in a non-title match. Should be a fun time. Should be. So they left the ring and walked into the ring. Our next match, Coco Samoa and Tully Blanchard. Basically, it starts as soon as the angle ends. And this match is another backdrop for Watts recapping everyone who's been injured by Akbar's men, and specifically the one-man gang. Not sure why every week Watts, quote-unquote, approves Grizzly Smith's matchmaking when he spends the matches talking about everything but the matches. Coco makes his comeback, If you were drunk, you might think he was a much shorter Jimmy Snuka. Tully's like 5'7" and he towers over Coco. Coco uses a springboard sunset flip for a 2 count. And Bill Watts, and again, I'm quoting Bill Watts. Bill Watts said he's acting like a monkey. Tully used a stun gun and then one with a suplex. Not a slingshot suplex, just a suplex. And, you know, it's a lot of people winning matches on this show with a suplex. Louisiana champion Junkyard Dog versus Wayne Ferris, who, of course, ends up being the Honky Tonk Man. Would it shock any of you to hear that this was an Intercontinental title match sometime in 87, 88? I mean, I'm just assuming it had to have been at some point. Bill said that Grizzly Smith is considering starting a bench press contest. Hopefully he doesn't. I don't think he does, but I'm sure if they do it, it'll just be some wacky angle. These two really working the stall in this match, and you have two guys who enjoy a good stall. Of course, since Dog was involved, the crowd was going cray-cray, even with the stalling. Ferris got a near fall with a middle rope elbow drop before Dog made his comeback and won with the thumb. I think they did a total of like 4 moves. North American champion Bob Roop versus Jesse Barr. The crowd was chanting for Paul Orndorff, who, of course, is feuding with Roop after Roop stole the North American title and broke the friendship with Orndorff when doing it. Barr looked good here, probably better than he's looked so far in all of his appearances. Used amateur skills to throw Roop around. Roop somehow took a back bump on a drop toe hold, which is just impressive when you think about it there. And Barr got a series of near falls off of a roll-up. Barr got another series of near falls with a bridging German suplex. Roop used a headbutt to the midsection and a leg drop for the pin. Obviously Hulk Hogan stole that move from Bob Roop. And the show's going quick because, like I said, there's not a whole lot to this episode of Mid-South Wrestling. Especially once you take out that Ernie Ladd angle with the Samoans, because we're already at the main event, and as you can hear before, this is not like we had a series of outstanding main event type matches before now. But it's time for what is essentially our expiration of time match. Mississippi State Champion Mr. Olympia versus Ron Cheatham. I'm going to play a little bit of audio here because, we need this episode to last longer than 20 minutes. And it's going to be Bill Watts talking about somebody who has a big future here in Mid-South Wrestling.
You may have heard me refer to some amateur wrestlers at the University of Oklahoma, and the last one I referred to, Steve Dr. Death Williams. The fans may have seen him on ABC Wide World of Sports a few weeks ago at the NCAA Wrestling Finals in Ames, Iowa. This young man is a 4-time All-American, and he still has another year of eligibility because of a redshirt year as starting guard for the University of Oklahoma football team. And I guess that being my alma mater, I'm so proud of it, and as Coach Stanley Abel and his assistant coach Jim Humphrey and Eric Weiss. But Steve Williams is one that I've been kind of following his career down there because he's about 285 pounds of steel, a tremendous athlete, loves to mix it up. And I've been kind of scouting him and hope to get him into pro wrestling. But of course, with another year of football and Coach Barry Switzer down there, very interested in his career there, we just don't know at this point. But I don't want to also slight by that mention any of the other fine schools of amateur wrestling in the Mid-South area. Louisiana State University under Coach Larry Shakatana. Got a young kid named Mike Clevenger, a former state champion at Oklahoma University, and another bunch of great athletes. Had a youngster that took 5th in the Nationals this year, was an All-American there. Also at Central State University in Edmond. And of course Oklahoma State under Tommy Chesborough, with Paul Martin as assistant, and Leroy Smith, former 2-time national champion, and a close personal friend of mine, a youngster who I watched all through his high school and a career, Leonard Bailey on that team, and a fine returning All-American in Kenny Mundy, who I tried to recruit or talk to, at least not try to recruit. I have no authority to do that, but I certainly was hoping he'd go to Oklahoma, but he went to Oklahoma State University and has already become a All-American there, and an outgoing youngster that I've really enjoyed watching the last few years, Ricky Stewart from Duncan, Oklahoma, who was a two-time national champion and was going for his third national title at Ames, and just didn't quite make it, but still was a three-time All-American.
And Bill, a sidelight to that NCAA tournament, over 100,000 spectators, and I think that's just wonderful.
Fantastic, yes, sir, it was, and things are mixing up.
That's sure fantastic. That's sure wonderful that all these people are going to the NCAA Amateur Wrestling Championships, and it's like, it's true. They do sell a lot of tickets to those shows, but, what's the average attendance the rest of the year kind of like, So, yeah, Bill mentions Dr. Death Steve Williams. He basically is just talking about trying to get him to become a pro wrestler, and, in his own way is almost hinting at the fact that he's trying to get him to skip his senior year, but he's not going to. Spoiler alert, Dr. Death does continue and on for another year at the University of Oklahoma. But I do believe we do see him this summer for a little bit, but we'll see what happens here. So during this very exciting match that the announcers are just ignoring, next week they mention again we have the Lad and Assassin versus Samoans match, and in 2 weeks we have quote unquote the very popular girl wrestlers. So won't that be nice? In 2 weeks you get to watch the very popular girl wrestlers. I mean, I was worried that we might have, the unpopular girl wrestlers, but it's nice we're gonna have the very popular girl wrestlers. Hopefully we get a better intro from Reeser than the last time when he talked about, they had a mixed gender tag match, and he announced that the match was with the big men and the little girls, which just sounds a lot worse than what it really was. So meanwhile, this match really was nothing. It was an expiration of time match without actually being an expiration of time match. Cheatham kept going for the mask, but Olympia made his comeback, and he won with the sleeper hold just as the show was going off the air. So, yeah, that is this week's show, the show that I should have recorded last night, but didn't. And, well, sometimes things happen, and maybe when you listen to this show, because there wasn't a whole lot going on, you might be wondering, man, you could have just skipped this altogether and just given us next week's show, which I could have, but how could you properly enjoy Ernie Ladd and the Assassin versus the Samoans in a tag team match without hearing the setup first a week ahead of time? I know that a lot of you are sitting at the edge of your seat waiting for next week's episode. And so that's it for Mid-South. We're going to go to our other favorite segment. It's time for Weird News of the Week. And yes, that is Weird News of the Week presented by Nobody. Nobody, the company that sponsors nothing. And we go to UPI.com with man with world's longest tongue breaks Jenga world record by Ben Hooper, who gets to talk about all of this odd, weird, fun news. The California man with the world's longest tongue set a new Guinness World Record for the fastest time to remove 5 Jenga blocks with the tongue. Nick Stoberl of Salinas, who earned his first Guinness World Record when his tongue was measured at 3.97 inches, managed to remove 5 Jenga blocks from a stack in 55.526 seconds. Nick, who also uses his record-breaking tongue to paint, said being a Guinness World Record holder has changed his life. I've been able to go to different countries and see all different kinds of cultures and hang out with good people and have good food. It's very fun, and I looked at the books as a kid, and so to be in them is just an honor. It's huge. Now, I'd actually have to ask, like, all he had to do was push out 5 Jenga blocks. I mean, not saying it's easy, but like he didn't have to like I mean, I guess if he's allowed to use his hand at that point, it's easy to stack them. But it's like, is that all he had to do was just push out 5 Jenga blocks? I, oh, I mean, I guess when you think about it, yeah, it's probably a little bit more difficult than you'd think it would be because, you know, the tongue is unwieldy, plus you got to make sure that the rest of the stack doesn't fall, you know, it, it probably is a pretty difficult thing to try to do. And if I had a Jenga set at home, I'd probably be setting up right now to see if that was possible. I'm gonna have to call someone and see if I know anyone with a Jenga set now. Alrighty, so that should do it. You know, I should probably get out of here without going on too much of a rant here, but I'm just gonna say, and I think anyone listening to this, I don't really need to go on and elaborate any more to the people who are listening to this, because if you're listening to this, odds are, you are a supporter to some degree of the LGBT community and the transgender community, particularly. And now we have all these states, specifically in the South, uh, in the southern part of the United States, that, going after drag queens, we all knew wasn't going to be enough. Now they're just going after transgender people in general, and they're not even hiding it. And of course, this kind of stuff is just bringing out the worst in people. And to make it even more upsetting is the fact that, so many other members of the LGBT community, the non-transgender ones, that there's so many of them coming out in support of this. And you know something? They're going to keep going until one day the country manages to find a way to either get enough states to ban it or get some dipshit into office who will ban it throughout the entire freaking country. And there may be some people, you may be LGBT yourself listening to this right now, and you may think that too, that, somehow this, stopping all transgender people, it's going to protect the children. That's the big thing. We want to protect the children. And hey, if you honestly were trying to protect, the safety of children, I would be all for it. But odds are the same one of you people who are saying that are the same ones who have no problem with crazed gunmen shooting up their schools full of children. So it's okay, to harm your children with guns, but how dare you try to expose, your children to another way of life, another way of thinking, and maybe give them something to think about if they're going through their own gender condition. Now that we can't have that. Give people more guns instead so they can, shoot up more schools, kill more kids, because that's apparently a lot more acceptable to the people in this country. And to the other members of the LGBT community, once this all gets taken care of, once all transgender people lose their rights, who do you think they're going after next? And if you're really that stupid that you're out there and you're a member of the LGBT community and you don't think they're going to go after gay people next, lesbian people, etc., you don't think they're going to go after you? Think frickin' again. Because they're the ones who are trying to hold you down in the first place that we were all fighting for years and years and years. But none of you seem to remember that. You're all like, you can't be this stupid, but I have no other proof that says you're not. Grow a freaking brain. Because what do you think's going to happen next? Do you really think that if I lose my rights as a transgender person, that when they start going after you, that I'm going to stand up for you? No. F off. And here's the thing. The Republican Party is fully aware that the fucking LGBT community, can't stand together. And it's the world's worst kept secret, by the way, that the entire LGBT community essentially hates each other. The only time we normally stand up for each other is, when someone's going after us, but apparently there's limits to that, you know. But the fact is, you go and, take a poll, an honest poll, and look at each individual letter of the LGBT plus community, and odds are they all hate specifically another letter of that community for whatever fucking reason. And it's just plain ridiculous. And I'm just fed up with this. I'm tired of watching these people argue away my rights to live, my rights to do as I, please. Nobody's doing anything illegal. Oh, we need to protect children because, we're, the one thing I fucking heard was somebody saying that we were, fucking grooming children to become transgender. Go fuck yourselves. No, seriously. Go fuck yourselves. Go look at the news at people who get arrested, for being child molesters and for all this other shit. And 99% of the frickin' time, it's quote unquote straight men who are doing all this crap. I don't remember any drag queens in the Catholic Church, raping children. That that news story must have made it underneath the radar there. But no one stops and goes, we need to stop having churches. We need to, ban priests from being around children because of that. No, they don't, because they have common freaking sense to know that just because one asshole or even 100 assholes are, breaking the law doesn't mean they all are. But just gonna end it here because getting worked up is not, it doesn't even matter anymore because this country is just gonna keep fucking taking us back and taking us back and taking us back until it's the early 1800s again, because that's what these people want. And you can draw your own conclusions as to what the fuck I'm talking about, because every single person is going to lose their rights if we don't put our foot down. If we don't pass legislation to stop this crap now. It's a fact. And we can sit here and we can say, oh no, they won't do that. Think the frick again, because it's already been going on for a year. It all started with overturning Roe v. Wade. They're going after every single thing that they're against because they have enough people who are for what they're against that, they have no freaking issue, with getting this stuff passed. And that's a fact. And this is the world that we're going to start living in from now on, because there's nobody willing to step up and stop it. And they're not going to until it's too late to try. So until next week, when we are in our new dystopian society, I hope you have a great rest of your week, a good weekend, and all that other crap. And I'll talk to you again next week. And welcome to episode number 031 of Something Else with Aria and not KJ, and not even Brian this week. This is just pure 100% Aria. And the sounds you hear right now are hundreds and hundreds of people turning off their podcasting network right now, which, how dare you? Gosh darn it. So welcome to the show. This is, like I said, Something Else, episode number 031 with Ari and not KJ. I gotta say, and this is happening way too often, and I'm apparently getting way too old for this. I am constantly having to go to tinyurl.com/something else pod during the theme song of the show just so I can see what episode we're on. And it's like, if I would have guessed without going to the website, I would have said 032, but it's not 032. Well, if you include our preview show that we did about pineapple on pizza, it is, but it's not. That doesn't count. So this is only episode number 031. And by the way, that episode, along with the prior 30 episodes, are all available. You can listen to every single one of them, not just the tinyurl.com/something else pod. You can also listen to us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Castbox, Overcast, Pod Paradise, Castro, Podbay.fm, Radio Public, Pocket Cast, all the places that you steal your podcast from. You can hear us. And if you subscribe to us, please give us a 5-star review. But if you subscribe to us on any of those wonderful streaming sites, you will be able to hear not just this, Something Else with Ari and Not KJ. However, you will also get to hear the brand new project that I'm working on that I should be able to announce in just a couple of weeks and hopefully get that underway shortly. Of course, odds are, looking at our streaming numbers, you're probably listening to us on either angrymarks.com or YouTube, which is great. Thank you for listening to us. But, if you want to hear more, again, these are all free shows. Check out any of our other streaming platforms. And we'll be having a second show for you coming up in around a month at this point, I'd say. And working on that as we speak. But we can't get to that point without getting to this point. We're talking about Mid-South Wrestling from April 15th, 1982, from the Irish McNeil Boys Club in Shreveport, Louisiana. This is quite the show for a number of reasons. Because not just are we doing our regular show here in Shreveport, but we are also traveling the Southeast, so to speak. We're going to be checking in Memphis, Tennessee. We're going to be checking in Florida. And we're also got our big tag team match that has been building up since the end of January, where the Samoans are going to wrestle Ernie Ladd and the partner that he has found, that he has chosen, the Masked Assassin. So we got that coming up this week. And plus, if you recall a few weeks ago when Jim Ross was here for 2 weeks, I was under the apparent mistaken assumption that those were his last 2 shows for like a year, because he does go away for quite a while. But JR is back. And let's kick off the show here. Boyd Pierce and Jim Ross. There's actually going to be 2 parts to this intro, and we'll stop it about halfway through, talk about it, and then go back to it. But let's go to that right now.
South Wrestling Television Network. I'm your host, Boyd Pierce, and we thank you so much for listening and viewing with us once again this week. Another outstanding card you'll see by having tuned in. The big 454-pound one-man gang will be in action. Also, Dick Murdoch making his first TV appearance after suffering a rib injury on February the 22nd in against North American champion Bob Roop. It'll be Paul Orndorff against the highly ranked Tully Blanchard. Iron Mike Sharp is here, but listen, tag team action at its wildest, because Afa and Sika, the Samoan Warriors, will be in the ring against the big cat Ernie Ladd and his partner, the Masked Assassin. We have a lot of action coming up, and a man to share it with you, one of the outstanding official and referee for amateur football, basketball, and wrestling. Also, he's the voice of ESPN Rodeo. Jim Ross is back with us. He was here a month or so ago, back in this area. Jim, as we told you then, you're always welcome.
Thank you very much, Boyd. It's, of course, a great pleasure to be here. And I thought the last time that I was here that matchmaker Grizzly Smith had put together just a tremendous card. However, reviewing the card that the people will be able to see today, this is the greatest television wrestling card I've ever been around, and I know I'm excited about the great action coming about. Of course, there's been a lot of action around the country. In Memphis, Tennessee, it was quite a night when Andy Kaufman, the star of Taxi and Saturday Night Live, challenged Jerry Lawler to a wrestling match, and Andy Kaufman bit off just a little bit more than he could chew. And Cowboy Bill Watts was here with us earlier today, and he made these comments about that match.
All right, so we're gonna pause it there for a second, and we'll go back to or not to Ernie Live, but to Bill Watts, who, as you can imagine, he's got a lot to say about the Jerry Lawler Andy Kaufman match and feud in general. Which honestly, I mean, I'll just say it now, it's kind of wacky because we'll just wait. We'll get into that. I don't want to jump the shark here, or jump the shark, but jump the news here. But talking about the intro, by the way, Boyd Pierce, I don't know what got into him this week. Boyd Pierce is not wearing one of his normal, colorful monstrosities. He's wearing a normal looking, very nice looking, very fitting gray suit. And him and Jim Ross look like, a actual genuine sportscasting duo, and you're not distracted by the fact that, Boyd is a fan of all colors on the spectrum here. So we get our match lineup for the show. We have the highly ranked Tully Blanchard against Paul Orndorff. Dick Murdoch makes his first appearance since the one-man gang injured him back in February as he takes on Bob Roop. And of course, the tag team main event match with the Assassin and Ernie Ladd versus the Samoans. JR, who says tremendous on this episode more often than both I and Don Callis have ever said put together, calls this the greatest TV wrestling card ever. And then they pitched over to Bill Watts to talk about the Jerry Lawler, Andy Kaufman situation. This is a little over 3 minutes long, includes an actual ABC news report of the situation. We're going to go to that right now, and we'll be back to talk about it before we get into our first match.
Athletics is a tough way to make a living. And when you start out as an athlete, an amateur, it's a game. And as you progress through the high school level into the college, it becomes a job your whole future could depend upon. And then when you're a professional, truly your everyday living depends upon your prowess and your ability in the ring or on the football field or whatever your endeavor. And you've generally put in 8 to 10 years in learning your profession, and you've been tried and tested against the toughest in your field to rise to the top. And I've often said when people ask me about wrestling that there's no magic wand, that when you see one of these guys as a star, that there was a magic wand that picked him out and said, you're going to be a star. He had to earn it, and he earned that right by beating people. Now, can you imagine the audacity of some clown from New York or wherever he's from, star of Taxi and Saturday Night Live, because he has challenged and humiliated a bunch of ladies around the country? Of course, they couldn't have been humiliated if they didn't want to be a part of it and have exposed himself to that humility. But he humiliated 300 ladies around the country, Andy Kaufman's who I'm talking about, by beating them. He must have read his paper clippings so long that he all of a sudden started believing that he was an athlete. And he then committed the supreme sin of ego, that he challenged somebody in a field that he didn't belong. And he challenged a professional wrestler thinking that anybody can beat a pro. Well, he got one Jerry Lawler, a 224-pound professional wrestler, one tough hombre in Memphis, Tennessee. And once they got Andy Kaufman away from the ropes and into the ring, the contact actually took something like 10 seconds. Let me let you relive, courtesy of ABC Sports, Andy Kaufman finding out just how real it is inside this ring.
Comedian Andy Kaufman has spoofed professional wrestling in his act by offering to mud wrestle any woman and give her $1,000 if she can beat him. Monday night in Memphis, he agreed to meet a professional male wrestler, Jerry Lawler, who weighs 234 pounds, and he took Kaufman to the mat. The comedian was obviously out of his league, and when Lawler dumped him on his head, Kaufman did not get up. The crowd thought it was all part of the act, but Kaufman had to be placed in traction, and he was found to have suffered strained neck muscles, cuts on his head, and a compression of the 4th and 5th vertebrae. Earlier in the day, Lawler had said he was going to teach Kaufman a lesson for making fun of wrestling. Late Tuesday, Kaufman's manager said the comedian is giving up wrestling. Bud Fotopoulos, ABC News.
I hate to see anyone get hurt, but the good book says pride goeth before a fall. And Andy Kaufman, you just found out what it's like, and you learned a lesson that a coach will tell you, don't read your own clippings. he had no business in the field with a bunch of professionals. Even Muhammad Ali, one of the greatest athletes and showmen in the world that the era has ever seen, when he jumped in a professional wrestling ring and challenged Gorilla Monsoon in New York City, Muhammad Ali got spanked thoroughly, and that was when he was in his prime. So Andy Kaufman, this is a lesson for you or anybody else that think that you can do something just by reading your clippings. You got to pay the price and learn and earn, because when you go challenge one of these men, you're trying to take his job away from him, and you'll find out that people will fight awful hard for their job.
So we have Bill, you heard him. He talks about how tough wrestling is, and you go through the amateur ranks. You become a high school wrestler, then a college wrestler, and if you're good enough, you may be able to become a professional. And even once you become a professional, you don't become a star overnight. You need years of victories and training to reach that level. And it's kind of weird. I mean, I guess he felt that he had to say something because this was to some degree a national wrestling news story. And so he probably thought he was protecting his business, protecting his territory by having to explain, hey, look at this celebrity who thought that he was going to get one over here on the wrestling business. And this real professional wrestler injured him, laid him out, sent him to the hospital with, pulled neck muscles and, contusions on his forehead and all this, wacky stuff. And it's like, at the same time, it's like Bill says it with such pride as if this was a shoot and Bill didn't know it wasn't a shoot. And it's like, okay, I guess you got to say what you got to say to protect your business and, get things over and try to like ixnay any questions about it, that your fans might have here in 1982. But yeah, it's kind of weird. I think, he may have been just as well if he would have just let it go. And, this may have worked here because, it was a bit of a news story. Although it's funny because you heard one girl squealing when he talked about the famous angle with Gorilla Monsoon and Muhammad Ali, where Ali got in the ring and was given an airplane spin. That's one of those angles that not just aired a whole bunch, but it's also on one of those early Best of the WWF tapes in the mid to late 80s that a lot of people saw. And it's funny, and I'll mention earlier why it's a little funnier, is like they use the ABC news report of them talking about it rather than using the Lance Russell commentary. And I'll mention in about 30 minutes of showtime why that's actually kind of funny, just because we might have had a unique triple on a show here in 1982. So from there we go back here to the desk, and I'm going to send it now to Boyd Pierce, recapping all that, and then sitting into the ring for our first match, which is going to be a handicap match for a one-man gang with General Skandor Akbar takes on the team of Tony Torres and Terry Gibbs. Let's go to that right now, and then we'll continue on with the show.
Now you viewed what happened. You heard the great comments by Cowboy Bill Watts, and that's just what I've been telling you. Professional wrestling, the world's most exciting professional sport. I believe it, and I know that you do too. Talk about a big match. We have it in the ring right now. It'll be a handicap 2 against 1, but that 454-pound one-man gang. Let's go for the introduction.
This event is for one fall with a 10-minute time limit. This event is known as a handicap tag match in which one man will wrestle against 2 men. But look at what we've got for that one man. 454 pounds. Skandor Akbar proudly presents his one-man gang. And in the blue corner at 223 pounds from Houston, Texas, Tony Torres. And his partner at 238 pounds from Tampa, Florida, Terry Gibbs.
And there's the introduction of 1 against 2, the one-man gang, 454 pounds. In the stable of General Skandar Akbar, who now is leaving the ring.
I mentioned, and I wrote this as a note when I was writing down the introduction of the match, Reeser doing things very Reeser-like. You know, he describes what a handicap match is, which, I mean, okay, because I don't believe we've had any. I remember Andre was in for a couple shows, but I don't remember whether or not they put him in a handicap match or not. But even if they had, that was 3 or 4 months earlier, and so hey, there might be some new viewers that, for all we know, have never seen a handicap match before. So you might have had, you might have had some wrestlers that, or might have had some fans that didn't know what it was and thought that maybe somebody had to wrestle while injured or something. And nope, it's just your standard 1-on-2 match. But it's a 1-on-2 match. But look who the one man is. This isn't the last Reeser moment of the show, and there's something much more epic coming on here in a little bit. But this was, this was a squash match. Not that you're expecting anything more. Gibbs gets a little bit of token offense, but Torres tags in and spends his time taking bump after bump after bump for blows by the one-man gang, and that ring did not look very soft to bump on. Gibbs gets in. We get a 2-on-1, but ultimately it just doesn't matter. Gang at one point slaps a bear hug on Torres, and Gibbs jumps on Gang's back. And I'm not sure if that was supposed to be the finish where he would just still submit, Torres while Gibbs was on his back or not. Because I thought it was at first. However, Gibbs being on his back caused the Gang to fall backwards and fall down. And at that point, Gibbs just sold it and rolled out of the ring. And Gang gets up and gets the pin with a big splash. Next up, it is a non-title match as North American Heavyweight Champion Bob Roop takes on Dick Murdoch. And this show, oh my God, this show. There's so many little things in this show that are just kind of individually wacky, but then you put them all together in one, 41-minute package, and it's holy crap, this is a lot of wackiness here for one show. So Roop is in the ring already, gleefully showing off his championship belt. Dick Murdoch comes out, and for the life of me, I don't know if, he just lost track of time or what happened here. He came out in his underwear, carrying a duffel bag with a 6-pack of beer that was hanging out of it. And he pulls out a bunch of random crap out of his bag, including his tights. And while he's being introduced, he's putting his tights on outside the ring. I don't know. I'll be honest, it's definitely a first, at least on televised wrestling. You always hear stories about, veterans going to indie shows and they're just still in their skivvies, up until the point, it's right before the music hits and they put their tights on and go out while the young guys are nervous because they've been in their tights for hours. And so it's it's just one of those weird things. And it's Bill Watts runs a strong ship here. And it's if Murdoch was going to be in his underwear, he was going out in his friggin' underwear here, folks. Which, hey, and the funny thing is, nobody even mentions this. The crowd isn't pointing and what the heck's he doing? The announcers don't talk about it. Reeser, being a Reeser, doesn't even say anything, which is almost surprising considering it's Reeser. But yeah. So General Skandar Akbar, if tell you what, if you don't like General Skandar Akbar, this is not the show for you, or this is not the territory for you, because Jesus H. Christ, if we had the General Skandar Akbar drinking game, take a drink every time Akbar comes out, you're gonna be pretty buzzed by the end of a show on your average Mid-South show. So Akbar is at ringside scouting the match. Do you remember that WWE fantasy game in like the mid 2000s that ran like for I would run for a couple months per season, and I don't even remember if you really won anything. If you won, because I sure as hell didn't. But you got points for like you would have a certain amount of quote unquote money that you would draft certain wrestlers, and whoever had the most points, would win. And one of the ways to get points was that if your wrestler hit somebody with a foreign object, you would get 3 points. And it was right when WWE brought back ECW, and every week the Sandman would just come out and beat somebody with a kendo stick like 10 or 15 times. And he'd have like 100 points a week, and it was just the most preposterously ridiculous thing. So it's like if we had a Mid-South fantasy game and you got points for every time Akbar came out or was mentioned on commentary or did an interview, you'd probably get 100 points just in this 1 hour. So the match was hot and heavy early on, and I mean, figured out why pretty quickly. More so than because Roop doesn't usually wrestle hard and fast. He slows it down. Even on a 5-minute TV match, he's going to slow it down and take his time and, maybe be a little bit boring, but technically proficient along the way. This was, a heavy fighting match, both men going back and forth, pounding on one another. Murdoch gets thrown outside the ring. Akbar apparently thinks this is a handicap match, or I'm sorry, a lumberjack match, and he picks Murdoch up and throws him right back in. Bob Roop goes for a Vader bomb of all things, but Murdoch gets his knees up and then sends him outside. And we're going now to the audio of the finish of this match, which is more about just how hot the crowd gets. And I mean, while he probably won't actually need me to describe it to him when we get back, I'm still going to. So let's go to that audio.
Murdoch's got something to say about that. He's a Marine through and through, and Murdoch's over the corner.
He cold cocked Bob Roop, and there he is on the cement floor. Akbar to his assistance. Dick Murdoch with that trenching tool.
Murdoch has got Akbar's out cold. Murdoch has knocked Akbar cold. Skandar Akbar is out cold as a wedge on the concrete floor, and Roop doesn't want to get back in the ring, and who can blame him?
Murdoch with his Marine helmet and his trenching tool, and there goes Bob Roop, leaving the scene in a hurry.
Bob Roop says, I don't want any part of that trenching tool.
And Akbar cannot participate as a scout, participator, wrestling, referee, manager, or anything. He's out cold on the cement floor.
Akbar, to see the bottom of the screen, is out cold. The referee's calling for the bell, the 10 count. The winner of the match is Dick Murdoch, and Skandar Akbar is still out cold in the light.
Alrighty, so Murdoch goes outside the ring, and apparently because Killer Carl Cox is out of the territory at this point, someone else needs to just pull out their trenching tool, and that's what we got here. So Murdoch goes out to the ring, grabs his helmet and his trenching tool. He walks over, he waylays Skandar Akbar with it, and then Roop goes running with Murdoch chasing him around. This, by the way, as you heard, was not a disqualification, which is kind of weird considering some of the disqualifications we do get on this show. This is not a disqualification. Roop goes running, almost trips over Akbar on the way out and just like running out of the arena, and Murdoch wins by count out. And it's kind of like, you watch this, and especially compared to nowadays, it's like the most involved storyline in 2023 right now is the Bloodline versus, the group of Cody, Kevin Owens, and Sami Zayn, which as of this recording, Owens and Zayn haven't officially made up yet and become a team. But it's like, you don't see angles really mix and match. But like in this show, it's like, in some way, everybody is all tied together. And we'll really get into this here in a few moments, but it's like one-man gang injured all these people. Bob Roop screwed over Paul Orndorff and Ted DiBiase. And Dick Murdoch, who got injured by the one-man gang. Well, now Bob Roop is in cahoots with Skandar Akbar, so Dick Murdoch now wants after Bob Roop. But Dick Murdoch still wants one-man gang, and they're still battling it out, And it's like everybody's kind of intertwined. Junkyard Dog's in there, mixed in with everybody. Because, Junkyard Dog wants to be North American champion. Junkyard Dog has a problem with Skandar Akbar. Junkyard Dog has a problem with the Samoans because the Samoans and One Man Gang injured Mike George, JYD's partner. It's all intertwined, and it's like, the whatchamacallit, the Louisiana Superdome shows on, I think it was May 1st or May 2nd, we talked about last week when we went through all the crazy miles that all these guys are going to have to go, in a little bit. But, this is a wild and woolly little show here. And yeah. So we go now to our next match here. It's Paul Orndorff versus Tully Blanchard. In a couple years, this would be a dream match of top heels. You'd have Paul Orndorff, a top WWF heel and a babyface and a heel and a babyface. He's there until at least the end of '87, because he's in the first Survivor Series. But it's like you have him. He's a guy who main evented WrestleMania. He did the big event with Hogan in Toronto that did, what was it, like 60,000 people at the Exhibition Center. You have Tully Blanchard, who's a top heel in, Crockett in Mid-Atlantic, not main eventing Starrcade, but like he's in main events of shows. He's, the well-known heel U.S. champion, member of the Four Horsemen, tag team champion Arn Anderson, there until the end of '88, where they go to the WWF, ends up as WWF tag team champion for a year. And it's like, this is, in many ways, this is a mid-'80s dream match. And here we are in yet another quality middle of the card match here in Mid-South. Blanchard, we have seen a few times already. He hasn't won a match on the show yet, but he's more competitively booked than the average enhancement talent, which probably is a little bit Bill Watts and Joe Blanchard working together, and a little bit Tully not allowing himself to be treated like a total jobber, especially since, he's still, a big deal on San Antonio television. And this is at the time, I believe, when San Antonio was still on USA Network. And so, to some degree, Tully is a national star to some degree, even though, you can argue, cable TV is very much in its infancy. How many people, really had cable television at this time and really knew Tully Blanchard as a star, in San Antonio? But, still the fact remains that it is. JR mentions that Akbar won't be around for the big tag team match that Ernie Ladd, and because of that, Ernie Ladd and the Assassin will have a better chance of winning. Boyd chimes in and says that Ted DiBiase will be back in 2 weeks. A little bit of a rough spot here. Orndorff looked like he was going for a Texas cloverleaf, but he ended up with just a standard Boston crab. But Blanchard powered out of it. Blanchard locks on the figure 4, and of course, we all know Orndorff and Bob Roop invented the reversal of the figure 4, so Orndorff turned it over. And speaking of the North American champion, Bob Roop runs in, goes to the top rope, delivers a knee drop off the top rope to Orndorff. Roop shakes Blanchard's hand as they walk off together, and so Orndorff wins by disqualification. Iron Mike Sharp versus Larry Higgins. Sharp is back to the winning side of things after doing a job last week. This was bad. We'll see a lot worse with Higgins. Ominous music playing now. But he is obviously very green and in many ways should not be on television right now, even in an enhancement role, because He's a very large man. He's got good size. So the level he's at, he shouldn't be getting offense in, or it should be extremely dumbed down at this point because that's the level that he's at. However, you can't put a man that size on television because he's like, I don't know his height, but I'm just estimating probably, comparing him to Mike Sharp, he's probably about 6'3", a little over 300 pounds, give or take, and he's not just like your average, he's not Tony Torres and Terry Gibbs, to make a size comparison here. It's like he's a larger than average person. And so him just randomly being on TV, being eaten up and squashed, it doesn't really work out that well. But unfortunately, he's at the point where he shouldn't be doing anything else on television anyway. This is the kind of guy, get him on the live events, get him, okay, fine, you're going to still be in front of people, but that's where he's going to learn. He's not going to, he's more likely to expose your business in a 3-minute job match with Mike Sharp than he is, if you put him in front of a few hundred people, few thousand people, somewhere in the backwoods of Louisiana, Mississippi. Sharp gets sent off. And by the way, sometimes this wasn't just Higgins. Sharp wasn't, at his sharpest on this match. We had 2 rope spots that just looked clunky. The first one, Sharp gets sent off the ropes and he doesn't turn. He hits them kind of face first, and maybe that was on purpose, but it's like it did not look good. He bounced back. He hit it face first, bounced back, and kind of fell into a clothesline. And then the finish of the match, Higgins hit the ropes poorly. And as somebody who has hit the ropes poorly, I can say, I'm sorry. At least when I did it, I didn't get put on, television across, the Mid-South region, and then have somebody talk about it, on a podcast 40 years later. At least I hope that doesn't happen. Lord help me if it does. Higgins comes off the ropes and into a bear hug for the submission. So Boyd and JR recapped the angle last week where Ernie Ladd's mystery opponent is eventually revealed as the assassin. And we now go to the tag team match, the Samoans versus Ernie Ladd and the assassin. So before I play some audio here, just a reminder of what's going on here. Ernie Ladd used to be the manager of the Samoans. Akbar then took their contracts over, and the Samoans injured Ladd, and the Samoans won the tag team titles. Ernie Ladd had his surgery. He came back, and he's looking for a partner to wrestle the Samoans. He offered Junkyard Dog $10,000 to be his partner, and Dog hung up on him. And then he gave the assassin a sum of money that, we assume is at least $10,000. And that's how we get this tag team match here. So let's go to the audio right now. Here, it's going to be the intro of the match, and then we'll talk about what happens from there.
It was a tremendous confrontation, but nothing like we should see here in the ring today. It's 2-on-2. It's going to be a great match. Now let's go to the ring announcer, Reeser Bowden.
This is a non-title tag team event for one fall with a 10-minute time limit.
Reeser, let me take just one moment here to say something that I'm sure is going to be of a great deal of interest, not only to the people, but to Mr. Ernie Ladd. It wasn't too long ago that I decided that I have won all the medals and all the accolades in amateur wrestling that I needed to win. So what I did, I set myself a goal, and that goal was to be the best professional wrestler in the world and to make as much money as I possibly could in professional wrestling. Now, right here last week, Mr. Ernie Ladd paid me because he needed a job done by a professional, the best. So he solicited my services, and he paid me extremely well.
No question.
to come in here and to assist him in a little problem that he was having with these two men here. I received another very, very important phone call this morning. And Mr. Ladd, that phone call was from Skandor Akbar. And yes, you paid me and paid me well to come to your aid and to save your bacon. But Mr. Akbar has paid me a lot more, and all I have to do is just walk out of this ring right now and not be your partner here on television today.
Wait, what do you mean? Why didn't you tell me this before? Why, hey, look, I paid you well.
That's right, you paid me well, and money is the name of the game. But Akbar paid me better.
Why didn't you tell me this before, just now?
That's a little flair that I like to add to myself, making you look like the big, stupid fool that you really are. Have at it by yourself, Mr. Ladd.
Well,
wait a minute. Let me get myself a partner. I can get somebody, I can buy somebody else, Lisa. Hey, if I have to come back and wrestle by myself, let me get me a partner.
All right, so a couple things. First, let's talk about the angle. Then I gotta check something quickly. So the assassin, as you heard, he announces that he's won enough titles and accolades, and now he just wants to be the best pro wrestler and make the most money he can, because ultimately he's a bounty hunter. Ernie paid him because he needed the best, and you heard Ladd say, no question. However, he received another important phone call that morning, this time from General Skandor Akbar, and Akbar paid him a lot more than Ladd to get up and walk out of the tag team match. And Reeser Bowden, who I'm convinced was not smartened up by Bill Watts at any point, he just steals the show, and because he turns to the hard camera and gives it his patented Reeser look, and he holds his hand outside like, oh my God, look at this. Distracted from what we're going to see here. And I took a screenshot, and I'm going to try to post it with the show here. But ultimately, Akbar paid the assassin. The assassin has left. Ernie Ladd has no partner again. And now Ernie Ladd is walking off looking for a partner. Now, before I continue, I've come to a wacky realization that I don't think I ever recorded the episode that talks about last week's show. Which that'll make for, especially when I talk about the intro, I think about this is episode 032. That'll make this thing a little more interesting if that's what happened. I'm gonna press pause on this recording, and I'm gonna go listen to episode 030 to see what episode we're talking about. And I'll be right back here. And this is gonna be another one of those things where it's like, for me it'll be 5 minutes, and for you it'll be like 5 seconds. Hang on 1 second. I'm back. I never recorded the show talking about April 8th, 1982. I have all my notes for April 8th, 1982. However, I didn't record that show. I thought, without just looking through it, I thought that was the show I talked about with Brian. No, it wasn't. I talked to him about April 1st. So, of course, by the time, the way I'm posting this, of course, I'm going to post it in the correct order with April 8th and then April 15th. However, this is hilarious. Like, I'm like, oh my God, I'm an idiot. So, spoiler, the show that you heard last week is dropped a few days later than it was supposed to, because I'm an idiot who recorded the shows out of order. So I might as well finish up this show here, because, it seemed completely preposterous to stop now. And this is honestly like, I feel just a little stupid here. Hopefully I can retrieve the notes, because I actually deleted them from April 8th. Hopefully I can retrieve them. If not, I can always just rewatch the show. So before, we discovered what an idiot I am, the assassin had walked out. Ernie Ladd is now going out to try to find a partner. And while this is going on, Jim Ross says that this must be the largest amount of money ever given to a bounty hunter. And now Ernie Ladd is just looking for anyone to be his partner. It could be Tony Torres. It could be Terry Gibbs, but it's actually Iron Mike Sharp. Iron Mike Sharp comes out with Ernie Ladd, and we have a tag team match here. It's the Samoans, the Mid-South Tag Team Champions, versus Ernie Ladd and Iron Mike Sharp. And after all this build, the match goes about 60 seconds, if that. We have a giant four-way brawl. The assassin runs down, pulls Sharp out of the ring, loads his mask, and lays him out. The assassin gets in the ring for an immediate disqualification, and Paul Orndorff runs in to clean house, and the heels bail out. So, as I said, like, all these wrestlers and angles get intertwined on this show, and this is another example of this, because we had, Paul Orndorff, who's feuding with Bob Roop, who, is still linked with, DiBiase. He's now linking himself with Ernie Ladd. By the way, the comparisons here, with Ernie Ladd and, Paul Orndorff, they're both heels. They both, never really had a babyface turn as much as, their heel partners turned on them. It's one of those things that when they happen in 2023, you're like, why are we supposed to cheer for this guy now? Because it's not so much he turned babyface, but his heel friends turned on him, kind of thing. And he looks like a stupid babyface. But, so now Orndorff and Ernie Ladd, they have each other. And it should make for an interesting turn of events as we move forward here. So up next, like, out of left field, almost as out of left field as, me recording these shows out of order, Harley Race is up next to wrestle Terry Taylor. But this is not actually from Shreveport. They tell us it's from Atlanta. It's not. It's from Florida. And this is actually from a few years earlier when Harley Race was still the NWA World Heavyweight Champion. And to be honest, ultimately, I don't know why they're airing this. Because I don't think Harley comes in. I don't think maybe Terry Taylor is on his way in, but I thought it's like at least another year before Terry Taylor comes in, but I could be wrong. But they do claim it's Atlanta, but all the signs in the background are saying CWF, or Championship Wrestling from Florida, and B, this isn't the Atlanta studio. And you got to tell you, we almost had quite the triple for, great announcers from the 80s, because Gordon Soley's doing commentary here. We have Jim Ross, and we almost had Lance Russell if they would have had that commentary from the Jerry Lawler Andy Kaufman match. So this isn't quite the future dream match that Paul Orndorff versus Tully Blanchard was. I mean, it was to a degree, but it's not. It's not quite what you think when you hear the future dream match that we had earlier. But it is crazy our level of the talent level of the enhancement talent this week. Because like you go from, we have Buddy Landell and Jesse Barr and Terry Taylor and Tully Blanchard, and we also have Hacksaw Higgins. We're going all over the place here with talent in our matches here. Taylor got a bit of offense, and the crowd was super into him. And Race won with a vertical suplex. And yes, Gordon Soley got to say suplex on Mid-South Wrestling. They come back, and JR obviously had the angle still on his head because he calls Harley Race Ernie Ladd. they never re-recorded it. And I guess, the cost of re-recording tape, sometimes it wasn't even worth it. And like I said, I'm not sure what the point of airing this match was, but here we are. Especially a match. It's not even like, oh, it's a current day match from, April of 1982. Like this was a match from 1980. Harley Race is not the NWA World Champion anymore. Ric Flair was at this point. And it's like, hey, we have a 5-minute hold these show. Instead of airing another recap, let's air a match from another territory. So we go now to our expiration of time match. It's Jesse Barr versus Buddy Landell. And of course, like any other expiration of time match, the announcers will talk about everything and anything else. Without warning, we're joined by our favorite manager, the General Skandor Akbar, who's got some stuff to say here.
Everybody sees what happened. Everybody saw what happened to the General. Well, fortunately, I had already made connections with the assassin, and I offered him a big, juicy contract. Dick Murdoch, Captain Redneck, you hit me, you hit the General, you dare hit me. Now, Killer Carl Cox struck one of my Samoans, but you struck me, Dick Murdoch. And if you think what happened to Carl Cox is something, just wait till I get through with you, Dick Murdoch. And it just goes to show you once again that the General's always got something up his sleeve. I'm always one step ahead of all of my opposition. So beware, Captain Redneck, this is war.
There you have, Jim.
And just out of the blue, like, because they were talking about the angle, but they didn't prep us for Akbar. He just showed up and started talking. Boyd points out that he came from his blind side, took the microphone, and started talking. You heard Akbar make vague references to what happened to Killer Carl Cox, because Killer Carl Cox, as we mentioned, as you listened to this 2 weeks ago, for me, it was last week, Killer Carl Cox just disappeared out of the blue. After being here for a while, getting a push for like a month, it's like all of a sudden now, nope, no more Carl Cox. Bye, Killer. We get told the next week is the quote-unquote popular girl wrestlers and a 6-man tag with no one, specifically mentioned. And also in 2 weeks, we're going to have the returns of Ted DiBiase and Bob Sweetan, along with the debut of another one of those great wrestlers, great with an asterisk, that we'll see for years. Hacksaw, they call him Hacksaw Dugan because Mid-South has a problem spelling or pronouncing anything. Can you imagine if they had someone named Arya on the show? It would almost be laughable. But anyway, Hacksaw Dugan will be here in 2 weeks. And like any good expiration of time match, Jesse Barr and Buddy Landale exchange holds for 3 minutes. They go to the time limit, and that's the end of the show. So hooray for that. This was another really good episode of Mid-South. The matches, weren't quite as good as they've been. We did obviously have some good matches. We had some hot matches. We also had Larry Higgins, but that was what it was. If we have to give it a rating here this week, I would give it 8 Ed Wiskowskis out of 10, which is always hilarious because we, rank, out of 10 Ed Wiskowskis, and even though Ed Wiskowski was a drizzling shits, the more Ed Wiskowskis you get, the better the rating is, or the better the show was. But here we are. And so with that, let's go to Weird News of the Week. Of course, this is Weird News of the Week presented by Nobody. Nobody, the company that sponsors nothing. And for Weird News of the Week this week, we go to UPI.com. Ben Hooper writing about rabbit rescued from subway tracks at Toronto Station. This is from March 14th. Animal rescuers and Toronto Transit Commission workers teamed up to rescue a rabbit found living on the tracks at a Toronto subway station. Rabbit Rescue Inc. personnel said the white rabbit, which had a patch of fur on its back dyed pink, was reported to the organization March 8th but witness reports indicate the animal was living on the tracks at the Rosedale station for at least 2 weeks. Apparently, the bunny was there around 2 weeks from someone who saw the bunny while walking there, the same bunny with the pink dye on her back. So I think that's what. So I think that she originally was dumped around the area and made her way back into the tracks. A volunteer told CTV News. The volunteer said the rabbit was able to survive due to its intelligence. She was dodging trains every second. She knew where to hide, but she was very scared. She knew exactly when the trains were coming to just go under an area where she couldn't get hit by the trains. Rabbit Rescue Inc. personnel said they were unable to locate the rabbit on their first capture attempt, but a video captured a day later revealed the bunny's hiding spot. Volunteers returned to the station, and TTC workers were able to venture out onto the tracks and find the rabbit. We had eyes on the bunny, so we knew where it was hiding, the volunteer said. So we just told them, okay, the bunny's in here. The bunny was lured out of her hiding spot with bananas and taken back to the rescue's facility. The rescue said in a Facebook post that the female rabbit, now named Rosedale, will be made available for adoption after she's been spayed and vaccinated. So that's really cute. That's nice. And that's going to do it for our show here today. So this does ultimately turn out to be episode number 032. So I'm going to go record episode 031 probably tomorrow and upload it then, with apologies as to why the show dropped late. Oh boy. So I'm an idiot, folks, but thanks for bearing with me. I want to thank everyone for listening, and we'll talk to you again next time.
Imagine that. Me, Vince McMahon. Imagine that. Here I am on WCW television. How can that happen? Well, there's only one way. You see, it was just a matter of time before I, Vince McMahon, bought my competition. That's right. I own WCW. So therefore, in its final broadcast tonight on TNT, I have the opportunity to address you, the WCW fans. I have an opportunity to address you, the WCW superstars. What is the fate of WCW? Well, tonight, in a special simulcast, you'll all find out. Because the fate, the very fate of WCW is in my hands.
And welcome to episode number 033 of Something Else with Ari and Not KJ. And yes, for those who are wondering, I did triple check to make sure I recorded the right episode this week. And we are joined by a surprise guest and co-host. Don't get your hopes up too high. It's just my brother, Brian. Brian, how you doing tonight?
I am super sleepy. I just got hit with a wrecking ball, to quote Miley Cyrus.
I came in like a wrecking ball.
Yeah. So you should feel very lucky and honored that I am doing this.
Oh yes, incredibly lucky and honored.
Should.
So we're recording this on March 26, 2023, which is the 22-year anniversary of the Last Nitro. And so I thought, instead of going to our normal wacky stuff with Mid-South Wrestling, that we would instead talk about Nitro from March 26, 2001, from Panama City Beach, Florida, the final ever episode of Nitro. And Brian, growing up, we did not have, regular access to the internet. We didn't have the ability to go look up wrestling news all the time.
Nope,
I don't know if you remember this, but there used to be a column in our local newspaper every week with the wrestling news.
I do.
And yeah, and that was how, at least I found out, that Eric Bischoff had bought WCW. And so I remember going into this last Nitro, and all I knew is that Eric Bischoff had bought WCW. And then this episode starts not with Eric Bischoff, with Vince McMahon of all people, with that little interview you heard at the top there. And my mind was blown. Brian?
Yeah, that's safe to say. That's safe to say. My mind was also like, what the? Yeah.
What the holy what is going on here? And of
Exactly.
course, the story of what all happened with Eric Bischoff and his attempts to buy WCW have long since come out and been discussed. Basically, his financial backers, his primary financial backer, pulled out, and then Jamie Kellner, when he took over TNT and TBS, the first thing he did was cancel WCW.
That bastard.
Well, that's what led WCW to only being sold for $2.5 million. And
pocket change for Vince at the time.
Because once you lose the time slots, there really wasn't a whole lot left of the company. You'd have a lot of high-priced contracts and a damaged brand name. And who really needs that? So the show starts. Tony Schiavone and Scott Hudson open the show in shock about
Sorry, I muted myself and I put my dogs in the cage. I apologize.
How dare you?
I know, right? I'm so sorry.
Anyway, Tony Schiavone and Scott Hudson open the show in shock, going off on everything, as they set off approximately $60 million in pyro to start the show.
That makes sense.
And they told you right up the bat that this was going to be the last WCW broadcast on the Turner Networks. It would be a night of champions. All 5 championships would be on the line tonight.
Shocking they had 5 championships at that time, too.
I mean, they only had 4 until a week earlier. So
that's true. The Cruiserweight Tag Team titles.
Yes, the legendary, reign of Elix Skipper and Kid Romeo at 8 days and counting going into this show. Will they survive this last 2 hours of WCW programming?
I don't know. Maybe.
Now, for those who don't remember or don't really know the news, they kept making sure to reference this was going to be the last WCW show on Turner programming because everybody assumed that TNN, which was the network that aired the WWF at the time, that they would give Vince another 2 hours, probably on Saturday night, to basically do a WCW show. And TNN, who later became Spike TV and is now the Paramount Network, basically said no. And to make it weirder, they eventually did give WWF a 2-hour Saturday night show, but it was for a recap show, which really made no sense in the grand scheme of things.
Nothing makes sense. You should know this by now.
Honestly, nothing makes sense at all, especially in wrestling. So typically on our Mid-South shows, we air pretty much all the interviews and any important audio that goes on throughout the show. If I sat here and played every interview and every cutaway, this show would last about 95 minutes. So we're not going to do that, but
Thank you, Jesus.
But he doesn't exist, but I am going to play the legendary Ric Flair promo that he comes out here, and we're going to go to that right now. And it's a little long, but if you've never heard it, it's well worth it.
Did I? Woo! Did I happen to hear Vince McMahon say he was going to hold WCW in the palms of his hand? Is
No.
What he said,
No.
does
No.
that mean that you are going to hold Jack Briscoe, Dory Funk, Harley Race, the Road Warriors, Sting, Luger, the Steiners, Bagwell, Ric Flair, Steamboat? Does that mean you're going to hold us all in the palm of your hands? To coin a phrase, I don't think so. You know, at 12 o'clock today, someone very special to me said, do not go on that show tonight knowing it's the last time that you'll ever be on TNT or TBS. Knowing it's the last time, she said to me, don't go out there and cry. Don't go out there and say you're sorry, because I'm not. I've been 14 times the world champion. In my eyes, for the greatest, you got it, the greatest wrestling organization in the world, WCW. I'm talking about the Stings, the Lugers, the Steiners, the Road Warriors. I'm talking about my best friend, Arn Anderson, and the Four Horsemen. We have been on a par, and we have been equal to any wrestling organization in the world. As a matter of fact, we have run neck and neck with you, Vince McMahon, for years. For years. And just for trivia, Vince McMahon, do you know that in 1981, when you were trying to become an announcer, your dad was on the board of directors and voted for me to be the world champion? Woo! How about that? And ever since that day, I have been a limousine riding, jet flying, kiss stealing, wheeling dealing, son of a gun, that along with the whole WCW, damn it all, have kissed the girls worldwide and made them cry. Did you see? We were every bit the force. We were WCW. We lived, we breathed, we sweat, we paid the price to be the best. It's never been about the boys. It's always been WWF versus WCW. In the office, the boys that have gone out there night in and night out, doing everything they could to be the very best at what they chose to do in their life. Those boys are here tonight. We are. We're not going anywhere. You can't hold us in your hands and predict our life. We're WCW. We bled and we sweat. When was the last time you wrestled for an hour, cut yourself 5 times, bled for 45 minutes? When were you there? You weren't. You weren't. You never in a dressing room, on the road, 40 days and 40 nights, bleeding, sweating, going to the next town. You weren't there. You can't hold people's lives in your hands. We're the greatest wrestling company of all time. I want to say it again. You can't control us or our future. And in closing, let me say this. In all my years in this sport, my greatest opponent with this company has been Sting. So tonight, if we're going out on a high note, Stinger, the Nature Boy, wants you right here
Because that's right. Oh my God, that's right. He wants Sting in the ring. Sting, my greatest opponent. Sting, it's your last chance. Your last chance to be Sting. To be the man. You gotta beat the man. And Sting, I'm the man. Woo!
All right. So a lot to unpack there. And Brian is muted. Oh, no, he's not. There we go. So a lot to
You muted
unpack.
me. What the hell? Don't say I muted. You muted me.
You were talking. So yes, I muted you. So the fine people listening to this program get a modicum of professionalism. That's all I want. It's just a modicum of professionalism. And they get that when they don't have to listen to you talk about shit.
I thought you said I couldn't curse.
Shit is not a curse.
So it's when?
If you can say it on TV, it's not a curse.
Okay.
Anyway, so just want to say this. If Ric Flair was cutting amazing promos like this every week, Nitro would still be on the air today. You know, among other things, I mean, you heard the whole thing. It was 6 minutes long, and it was the best 6 minutes on the show, and the best 6 minutes on Nitro, probably since the last time Ric Flair cut a great promo.
That's safe to say. That's a safe bet.
Among other things, Flair tells the story of someone backstage telling him not to cry or to say sorry. And he says that he's not, because he's been 14 times world champion for the greatest company in the world. And that's where the asterisk comes on, where he says, because he's considered a 16-time champion, which is also not true, but that's an argument for another day. But he's 14 times champion, acknowledged, for the title that people call the WCW title, but he's also counted, obviously, the NWA title and all that stuff. And we'd be here for an hour and a half trying to explain that whole thing. But anyway, he puts over every major name you could think of: the Steiners, Sting, Luger, Steamboat, even Bagwell.
Yeah. Of all people throw in there, Buff Bagwell.
It was Buff Bagwell's night somehow. And we'll get to how Cleveland, Ohio killed the invasion later on. But Flair breaks kayfabe, and I'll be honest, this is one of those stories that, like, unless I'm mistaken, it really wasn't that well known in 2001 that Vince McMahon Sr. was on the NWA board of directors, even though he wasn't in the NWA. At the time, he didn't use their champion. However, he was so respected that he was still on the board that decided who the champion was, and Vince Sr. voted for Flair to be the world champion. And, finally finishes up, announces that he wants to wrestle Sting here tonight, his greatest opponent in WCW. And you can argue who his greatest opponent really was, but for everybody that they could pull in, Sting was the best option.
Probably. Yeah, safe bet. I mean, Steamboat couldn't wrestle, I believe, at this time. He was still dealing with back or neck injuries, and Wyndham was Wyndham, and Vader was Vader. Yeah.
I would have laughed if they had somehow brought in, like, Vader at that point.
Yeah.
Considering how lazy Luger was, he should have said Luger and tried to carry Luger to a 7-minute match in the main event.
That's true. Sting was a better choice, though.
So as they talk about, Sting hasn't been on the show since November. They did an injury storyline where Scott Steiner was taking out all the top baby faces, and one of them was Sting. And so then we go to our first match, and it's no longer the main event of the show, but until Ric Flair challenged Sting, the main event of the show was going on first, which is the World Heavyweight Champion Scott Steiner with Madeja in his corner versus the United States Champion Booker T, title for title. The winner
I guess this match was first, huh?
Yeah.
Interesting.
The last world title match on TNT until October 2019, when Chris Jericho defended the AEW title against Darby Allin on Dynamite.
Ooh.
I know. So Steiner, who we can all acknowledge, the most unprofessional wrestler in the company, especially at this point, and you can basically write it back to when he came back from his back injury in '99. He was just an unprofessional prick. Nicest word I can say here.
Yes.
However, he had a severe foot injury at this point, and theoretically had a perfectly valid excuse to not show up. But not only did he show up, but he puts Booker over in this match. Of course, the other flip of that coin, he was smart enough to figure out that if he had told Vince where to go on this night and not show up on the show, that pretty much would have been the end of his career, since this was obviously a few years before TNA got started.
Yes, yes.
Here's some trivia for you, Brian, too. Scott Steiner and Booker T wrestled on pay-per-view for every single WCW men's heavyweight championship. They had at least one match for every title on pay-per-view. Yeah.
TV title?
Yep. Uncensored 1999. Booker won the TV title from Scott Steiner.
Interesting.
I know.
I didn't think that.
Yep. So
hell of a good trivia.
What was that?
I said hell of a good trivia.
Yes. It was quite good. So Steiner got the heat and Madeja interference for a man. Outside the ring, Steiner tried to kill Booker with a pipe, but Booker shockingly ducked because, he's on NXT right now doing commentary, so they don't have a dead guy doing commentary.
You never know.
Scott Steiner, and I mean, he's always been juiced, jacked to the gills, but whatever he was on a lot more of it here than he would be later on. Even 2 years later in WWE, like, he's not as overly gigantic as he is here at the end of WCW. Booker started his comeback with what amounted to a shoot drop kick to Scott Steiner's face. And here was the second time all night Scott Steiner was the most professional person in wrestling, because he didn't get up and rip off Booker's head. And then we had the best of Booker T as he hits the scissors kick, the Harlem sidekick. Steiner versus the bookend with a Northern Lights suplex, but then Booker hit it for the pin and the win, and to become a four-time WCW World Heavyweight Champion.
How many times was that?
I think 4.
Could be wrong, though.
I'm probably not.
Probably not. You're right.
So what'd you think of that match, Brian?
It went just long enough to where it wasn't super boring, but Paiva got, now knowing that he had a foot injury, which I did not know before tonight. Yeah, it went long enough. It was good.
It went 5 minutes, and it's about except for Sting Flair, the most time anyone got was about 5 minutes.
Well, it's Sting and Flair. Like, come on now.
All right. So throughout the show, because this is the spring breakout edition of Nitro that they did every year, where they would visit college campuses and then do a Nitro at a spring break outdoors. And so throughout this show, they did a series of videos that were really nothing but lengthy sponsor plugs, of different things that, the WCW spring break events. The first one was for 1-800-COLLECT, which was, up until later in the show, it was the entity who was put over more than anybody else on the show. Unfortunately, 1-800-COLLECT does not win the award for most put over entity on the show. We'll get to that later on. So Vince,
now you're gonna make me think. Okay.
Yes. Vince McMahon is on the phone with his lawyer and makes fun of Panama City, Florida. Just as a reminder, WWF was in Cleveland, Ohio that night.
Ooh, Cleveland sucks. Cleveland sucks. Sorry.
Yep. By the way, so I don't forget, everyone remembers, or at least everyone thinks they remember, that skit where Vince McMahon fires Jeff Jarrett on TV. That was actually on Raw that he did that. So
And that was legit then too, right?
that was about as legit as you're gonna get, because he never did bring Jarrett back until the Hall of Fame, whenever that was, 2017, 2018.
Something like that, yeah.
All right. So up next, we have the Young Dragons versus 3 Count versus Filthy Animals in a triple threat tag team match, with the winner getting a cruiserweight tag team title match later on tonight. So it's Kaz Hayashi and Jimmy Yang, Shannon Moore and Evan Courageous, and unmasked Rey Mysterio and Billy Kidman. This would be the last time you would see Kaz Hayashi or Evan Courageous on United States national television. 5 out of these 6 immediately got signed by WWE, but Kaz, Yang, Moore, and Courageous all went to developmental, while Kidman came up to become the Cruiserweight champion. And honestly, I don't remember doing anything after he lost the belt until the brand extension, which is probably tells you everything that happened there.
Probably. Sounds
yeah.
about right.
And then Unmasked Ray put his mask back on in 2002 and came in, as I think most people know by now. So for better or worse, you will never see this kind of match in WWE.
Nope.
This was everyone going for every big move they could in about 5 minutes. Ray did a springboard somerset plancha to the outside, which you certainly will not see on a WWE television screen in 2023.
Nope.
Kidman did a shooting star press to the outside, where he pretty much missed everyone, but 3 people sold. And then it was everybody hits a move on everybody, and everybody takes turns breaking it up. Yang hits a Yang time. Shannon Moore hits a rocker dropper. The Young Dragons messed up a double team. Courageous hit a 450. Shannon Moore kicked Ray in the groin, but Ray didn't sell it very long. And finally, Ray pinned Shannon Moore with a guillotine leg drop of all things. I gotta
Definitely
say,
weird ending. Definitely weird ending.
Yeah, that I was not expecting that to be the finish. I'm like, I was like, these 6 are not wrestling like 6 people who are going to be out here for 20 minutes, but I'm waiting for Ray or Kidman to hit their actual finish, and well, Ray hit a finish.
You were disappointed.
Oh, incredibly much so. So of all the people who have been on Nitro over the years, this is one of those shows that just adds the weirdness to Nitro. Trish Stratus showed up in Vince McMahon's office with champagne, and this was at the peak of, Trish being humiliated by Vince every single week leading to WrestleMania, which, as a reminder, Trish barked like a dog and made out with Vince for a month just so at WrestleMania she could kick him in the groin. Makes sense to me.
Perfect sense.
Yeah. By the way,
did
you have any thoughts on that Cruiserweight tag match?
It was fantastic from what I remember of it. It was, besides the ending, that's just a goofy ending for me, but it was a very, very good match from what I remember.
So safe to assume you did not watch this show today.
I texted you and said no, I couldn't. I had a meeting today. I forgot all about.
You did not text me.
I did.
Nope. Well, let's see. I sent you a text saying, "Did you actually watch the show?" You never responded.
Oh, I didn't respond to that? Oh, my bad.
No.
I thought I did. I apologize.
Uh-huh. And so tomorrow I'll get a message on my phone saying, "You asked Brian, did he watch the show? Do you want me to remind him?" I'm going to say yes tomorrow when my phone asks me that.
All right, you do that. Hopefully it goes off in the middle of class and I can, answer it and the children will be mad.
I hope so too. Any idea what you're teaching tomorrow?
I have I begin my day in 7th grade math, and I ended in family consumer science.
Wow. You teaching
Yes.
math, that
Yes.
I want to be a fly on the wall for that.
Why?
It's you teaching math.
I'm very good at math. Thank you very much.
You are not.
I do.
Anyway, Cruiserweight Championship match is next. Sugar Shane Helms versus Chavo Guerrero Jr. These two were feuding for like the last 3 months, and they showed a very condensed highlight package of all their matches recently. This is the last night for at least a decade where Helms' first name was Shane, and the last time Chavo was a junior.
Junior.
Yes. These, I believe, were the last 2 WCW guys to leave WWE out of everyone that came in after the buyout. Like, I know Booker obviously is there, but it's like Booker left at one point. But it's like out of everybody they brought in a lot of people. The last 2 standing were Shane Helms and Chavo Guerrero Jr. I bet.
Who I believe Shane Helms is still there.
Well, Shane left. And
well, yeah, but he came back as a producer or whatever the fuck they are.
Well, yeah, but by the way, no cursing.
Oh yeah.
Anyway.
Sorry, family show.
Yeah, sure you are. Alrighty, so the first minute of this match, I thought they were trying to cram 10 minutes of spots into 5 minutes, but literally a minute in, you see Chavo stop, take a deep breath, and slow things down a bit. And ultimately, this was a fun little 5-minute match here. They worked like 2 people have wrestled each other 100 times. We had a lot of reversals, and then we had reversals of those reversals, and it was a very fluid match here. And it wasn't a crazy high flying spectacle like the Cruiserweight tag match we just saw, but it also wasn't the WWE Cruiserweight style where it's basically everyone wrestling like heavyweights, just weighing less. This was a fun little match here. Helms hit the last super kick on TNT for 18 years, and then hit the Vertebreaker for the pin.
Yeah, the Young Bucks do way too many super kicks.
Care to elaborate?
Yeah. Every other move they do is a super kick, or some type of kick. Really old after a while.
How old is really old?
You times like 5, maybe.
So he celebrated for like 10 seconds, and then we went to commercial, and this is something we're gonna see a lot of during this show, is they do not give these people time to really celebrate that they won and let it sink in. Later on, and by the way, we'll get to why that is at the end of the show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There's a pretty big reason why. Helms did say later on, and I think this was in a WWE interview, that he was happy to still be champion because he figured the absolute worst case scenario was that WWE had to bring him in one time so he could lose the belt. And he was brought in. He was one of the guys that weren't an F up, and it was like kind of like Lance Storm, where he didn't so much get pushed because they thought, oh man, this is the greatest wrestler of all time. He got pushed because so many other people were F ups that they had to push somebody.
Makes sense for Lance from Calgary.
Dramatic pause.
Alberta, Canada. Dramatic pause.
Yes.
Canada.
I love that you had to repeat that. All right, so going backstage to a quick little Booker T promo here.
I got a lot of mixed emotions going through me right now, but now being the World Heavyweight Champion, the U.S. Champion, all in the same night, closing WCW, I would like to say this may be the end of a chapter, but let me tell you, there are many, many more pages left in this book. So let me tell you this, from this point on, I will prove that I am the best this business has to offer. And if anybody want to test me, step to me like a man. But I tell you this, I will prove that I'm the best to each and every sucker. And like I always say, like I say each and every time, don't hate the player, hate the game.
So the final promo of a WCW champion on WCW television. And I mean, it's kind of like when you think about it, it's like he really didn't say anything, but what was he going to say at this point? It's like,
yeah,
there really wasn't anything to talk about here.
No.
But yeah, so there we go with that there. So up next, it's the tag team titles on the line. Chuck Palumbo and Sean O'Haire, the champions, defending against Team Canada, Lance Storm and Mike Awesome. This match is basically full of people who pretty much deserve better. You know, Palumbo, honestly, of the four people, Palumbo is probably the only person who got more than his fair share. Because, you know, he got a run with Billy as Billy and Chuck. He eventually got fired. He was brought back for a while there. You know, you could honestly say he got every chance he was going to get.
Fair statement.
You could argue that Mike Awesome probably would have gotten more chances if not for getting multiple knee injuries during his time. And it's like, by the time he came back, it's like they just wiped their hands clean of him. Sean O'Haire, he was going to be groomed to be the next big star in WCW. Eric Bischoff loved him. He had good size. He had talent. You know, they were going to set him up to be the next big thing. And unfortunately, WWE didn't look at him that way. Now, ultimately, Sean O'Haire had a lot of his own personal issues and personal problems. And who knows, in a perfect world, what would have actually happened if WCW would have stayed in business. But he was definitely going to be given the chance to be a top guy, or the top guy even. And Lance Storm, well, he had a good year to 2 years of WWE. And he obviously retired, and a lot of it had to do with his back injury that he got. But even if Lance's back didn't get messed up, he spent the last year of his WWE career being boring and then having a huge dong. It's like that he really was just going to be the MVP of Sunday Night Heat at the time.
Pretty much, yep. Wasn't he a coach on Tough Enough?
No.
Thought he was.
Actually asked him. He came in and taped an episode, and then they edited it off.
I thought so. Okay.
Yeah, you thought so. Okay.
Well, no, I knew he had something to do with Tough Enough, but I just couldn't think what.
I like that you somehow knew that he was in a deleted scene on an episode of Tough Enough.
Listen, if I can be serious for a moment, I got nothing.
All right. So this is one of those times where it's like you could tell they were really trying to, you know, make up as much time as possible and give us a lot of commercial time. Team Canada comes out. Lance does the promo saying they're going to win, and then they want to play the Canadian national anthem. And every time you ever hear the Canadian national anthem, it's meant for the baby faces music to hit. Lance does his head turn gimmick. That did not happen here. Instead, we went to commercial. And theoretically, the Canadian national anthem played in full.
Theoretically.
Yes. Well, it gets better. Because remember when I talked about how Trish was on this episode of Nitro, and it's like bizarro world here in WCW all of a sudden?
Yep.
Michael Cole showed up next.
Oh, Jesus.
Michael Cole interrupts Trish Stratus and Vince, who were fondling each other at this point, and asks Vince what he thought about WCW fans and wrestlers being worried about their future. And Vince basically told him to F off. It's like, when you look at the Pantheon, the list of people who appeared on both Nitro and Raw, Michael Cole is one of them.
Hey.
And actually, I haven't watched an episode of Raw, but I'm going to bet you $5 Michael Cole was on both shows that night, which means the list of people who were on both Raw and Nitro on the same night were Ravishing Rick Rude, Vince McMahon, Shane McMahon, Trish Stratus, William Regal, and Michael Cole.
Hey, Michael Cole is bigger than what you think he is. Remember that.
Actually, if you want to count announcers, JR and Heyman were both on Nitro too.
They were? See?
Yes, they were technically. And so was Lillian, if you want to like throw in everybody here.
That's true.
Alrighty. So Hudson and Shivani are basically saying that they don't know their own future sitting at ringside. And there was a story that went around that, Tony Schiavone legitimately didn't know what was going to happen, but somebody had told Scott Hudson that he was safe and that the WWF was going to bring him on. And they did for like 2 weeks until the invasion got changed and he decided that he'd rather stay at his actual job. So Storm and Awesome got the heat on Palumbo. Awesome looked good here, and honestly, all four did. Storm then hit the last super kick on TNT for 18 years. Awesome went for the Awesome Bomb, but Palumbo got out of it. He hit the last super kick on TNT for 18 years, and Sean O'Hare hit the Shanton Bomb and pinned Mike Awesome to retain the titles.
Make up your mind who hit the last super kick in 18 years. Damn it.
I was waiting for you to say something too. I'm like, because when I was watching it, I'm like, Shane Helms hit it. And like, I thought, hey, that's probably the last one on TNT. And then Lance Storm hit it. And I wrote down, oh, Lance hits the last super kick on TNT. And then Chuck Palumbo hits it. I'm like, okay. But Chuck Palumbo
Stop reading. He hit the last one.
Chuck Palumbo really did hit the last super kick on TNT in 18 years. All right, welcome back. So what happened was the same thing that happened last time when we had Brian on, is that I don't pay extra for Zoom, so it cuts you off after 40 minutes when you're with a second person. And I kind of lost track of the time here while we were talking. And so as I wait for Brian to come back on, I figured I would start talking. And hey, Brian's back. Welcome back, Brian. Well, Brian's going to be here in a second once everything gets going on his end. It's a Zoom thing. I'm not going to pay for Zoom. But anyway, we got 40 minutes. We got 40 minutes to end this thing. So to finish up the story of the tag team title match, Lance Storm would go on and tell the story about how he ended up being the last person who left the locker room that night because he was just sitting there in his gear, kind of staring off into space. As everyone else around him got dressed and left. So Palumbo and O'Hare win the match. They celebrate for 5 seconds, and then we go to commercial. And we come back with the match where it's like, why did this happen on the last Nitro? Even though it was announced, even though it was promoted, it did not have to happen on this show. It was what essentially was a loser never wrestles on national TV again match, as Sean Stasiak with Stacy Keibler in his corner takes on Bam Bam Bigelow in a tattoo match. I have watched this last Nitro several times, and every single time I forget that this is a thing.
I don't remember this match.
For good reason. This doesn't even go 90 seconds. Somehow they were doing an angle, and the angle was that if Stasiak loses, he gets a tattoo. Would anybody have lit the chairs on fire if this match didn't happen?
No.
So Stacy comes out dressed like Miss Hancock. She announces she's not going to dance or take her clothes off. And out of all the random things that WCW had in the year 2000 and 2001, Sean and Stacy being together might be the most random.
How so?
Do you remember Sean Stasiak and Stacy Keebler being together on screen?
Nope.
There you go. So Bam Bam Bigelow brought a giant case of tattoo stuff. Stacy distracted the referee, and Stasiak won in less than 90 seconds with a neck breaker. He literally celebrated for 2 seconds before we go to my favorite part of the show. Well, my other favorite part of the show, Mr. William Regal backstage with Vince McMahon.
So what do you think? WrestleMania 17. It's a commissioner-ordered shirt. It's wonderful. Look on the back. This Sunday on pay-per-view, WrestleMania 17.
A very, very
It's
nice
wonderful.
shirt.
You know as well, huh?
I get it, but you wanted to see me?
Oh, yes. Now, I've heard you're buying WCW. I mean, are you sure you want to do that? I mean, I know quite a lot about that place. It's a bloody awful place. Nonsense that goes on there is unbelievable. I mean, I don't want to second guess you, but are you really sure? I mean, it leaves rather a stench in the air, and I wouldn't want to cause, you know, as much as I think of you, I wouldn't want you to get in any trouble above yourself or anything else.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Commissioner. I'm on the case, though.
Oh, I'm sure you are. I know you would be, but thank you.
No, thank you.
William Regal warning Vince McMahon that WCW is a bloody, dreadful place. Just
Bloody dreadful.
I always mark out for that, and I did make sure to keep it in because something kind of fun comes about that here in a couple of minutes here. So we got yet another spring breakout ad. This one was for America Online, and
Ooh.
I remember thinking, it's like, wow, they're getting some decent sponsors. We'll
Sure.
get in. It comes up again. We'll get to that here in a minute.
Okay.
Now this was the Night of Champions. They invited all former world champions to come back for the show, and the only two that did were Sting and DDP. And DDP cut a little promo before the show started.
In the words of the Grateful Dead, what a long, strange trip it's been. But I gotta tell you, I've loved every second of it. Wouldn't trade it for nothing. And tonight, on this historic eve, I thought I needed to thank all the wrestling fans from around the world for letting a kid from the Jersey Shore, Page Joseph Falkenberg, become Diamond Dallas Page. The guy they said would never make it, but did. And that only proves one thing, that if you want it bad enough and you're willing to work for it, anything's possible. And it's not really the promoters who decide who's over, it's the fans. So, not just to thank the fans in general, I want to especially thank the WCW wrestling fans and my wife Kimberly for believing in me and helping me live my dream. Is that dream over? I don't think so. I think now it's time to take it to another level. Thank you. Boom, boom, bang.
I think it's safe to assume that DDP should not have taken a buyout and should have stayed home and collected his checks. Because, man, oh man, I know he's Mr. Positivity, but do you seriously think he sits around going, man, I gave up all that money so I could get pinned by The Undertaker's wife on national television?
So about those dollar bills, yeah. The dollar bills, yeah.
And Vince complained that he had no stars coming from WCW. DDP is at worst the second biggest star that he got out of this. And he booked him to be the biggest jobber in the company. That's like very few people got treated as poorly as Diamond Dallas Page did in that whole angle. So outside of Ric Flair and, in my opinion, William Regal, the best thing on the show was next, as they did a 60-second video tribute for all the great champions in company's history, and they showed pretty much every world champion who wasn't David Arquette or Vince Russo, because like they went back to Jack Briscoe, Dory Funk, all the way to Booker and Steiner, even people like Vader and people like who weren't even on good terms with the company. Hogan was suing the company. He was in the video. It's like they did a really nice video here, and it's too bad they didn't have. I know there obviously were bigger fish to fry on this show, but it's too bad they didn't do more stuff like that because that was a really good little thing. Vince was on the phone talking to someone about how it was almost time to go out. And then we had the Cruiserweight Tag Team title match where the losers will never wrestle in WWE. It is Elix Skipper and Kid Romeo defending the straps against Rey Mysterio and Kidman. The final title match in WCW history. Keep that in mind. The final title match in WCW history is Elix Skipper and Kid Romeo versus Rey Mysterio Jr. and Billy Kidman.
They had a couple named people in there. I mean, come on now.
And of course, it is the longest reigning Cruiserweight Tag Team Champions in history at 8 days and counting. Here with their first title defense against Rey and Kidman. And I'll be honest, I like the idea of the Cruiserweight Tag Team titles. I mean, it was something new, it was something different. It was a Bischoff idea. And obviously they disappear in about 5 minutes and are never seen ever again. And nobody ever asked for the belts back, so Rey and Kidman still have them.
I don't know. Maybe.
No, they do. They did a tour.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they did it. They did one of those things on WWE Confidential where they did a tour, and it was of either Kidman or Ray's house, and they still had the belts. It's like how Rhino still has the original ECW title. It's like no one ever asked for it back. So, well, for Rhino, it may have just Rhino it may have just been the value was worth all the money he was still owed. So remember that William Regal promo talking about how WCW is a bloody, dreadful place?
Yes.
Tony Schiavone was not a fan of that promo.
Needless to say, as we take a look at the Cruiserweight Tag Team Champs, we're very nervous. And the first ever Cruiserweight Tag Team Champs come out. And, I don't want to sit here and as a person who's been on Monday Nitro for many years, take issue with anything anyone says. Mr. McMahon, it's his money. He can do whatever he wants. I don't know what he's going to do tonight. But let me say this. To sit here and listen to their commissioner rip WCW? Come on. I mean, we've had to do some crazy things, Steve Regal, including putting your ass over on TV.
Hang on, Tony. Let's stay with the Cruiserweight Tag Team matchup here.
Yeah, let's do it.
Come on. We got four guys we're going to build the future of wrestling around in the ring right now. Give them their just due.
Yeah, this is an example of what we do better than anybody in the world, and that is the Cruiserweight division.
By the way, that was not me muting them. They were getting Tony Schiavone to shut up, and so they muted his audio. And you could argue that Tony Schiavone just killed the Cruiserweight division forever because I'm sure Vince was thrilled that on a show that technically he was the one producing, he was the owner of the company at this point. I'm sure Vince was thrilled that Tony Schiavone was just going off on how they do something so much better than WWE ever did, and better than anyone else in the world. And yeah, so they get the heat on Kidman. If I'll be honest, if you want to see these four guys have a great match, watch WCW Greed, the last pay-per-view, because they got close to 20 minutes to just go out and kill it. This was your basic tag team match. Kidman cut off Romeo with a drop kick and made the hot tag to Ray. Ray and Kidman do the Hardy's Poetry in Motion. Ray does a Bronco Buster properly this time. Romeo hits the Angel's Wings on Kidman. Ray hit a power bomb and a diving headbutt on Romeo. Go figure. But Skipper made the save. Skipper used a straightjacket suplex on Ray, but Kidman made the save. And finally, Kidman pins Elix Skipper with the unprettier for the pin, and to end the longest Cruiserweight Tag Team title reign in the history of WCW. To show how dominant Skipper and Romeo were as champions, their title reign is 8 times longer than second place. Any comment, Brian?
I mean, not really. I mean, I think you said the best of those four wrestled a better match at Greed than this one. I'm just so flabbergasted. What?
Obviously, you saw that match too, I'm sure. But you're still flabbergasted that
this was the last title match in WCW history.
It's true. I mean,
true.
I mean, you can argue that, there were WCW title matches on Raw and SmackDown,
That's
Sunday
true.
Night Heat. I'm like, you know what I'm talking about. That doesn't count. By the way, not that anybody was noticing this or caring, but neither Kidman nor Elix Skipper were the legal men in the match at the time of the finish. So, I mean, I say give the belts back to Skipper and Romeo.
Yes. That's excellent. No, it's not.
Yeah. So Sting cuts a promo backstage saying he wouldn't miss tonight. And honestly, like Page, like to an extent Steiner, Sting deserves a pat on the back for actually showing up when he didn't have to. Because, I mean, he really didn't have to at this point.
No, he didn't. You're right.
So I mentioned that there were a lot of commercials during the show, which is explained here because we went to our final commercial break and there were still 32 minutes left on the show when they came back. So the rest of the show is 32 minutes as a continuous 32 minutes. And it starts by coming back from a commercial with another spring breakout commercial. And they're putting over America Online. Now, Brian, have you figured out why it's a little ironic that they're putting over America Online so strongly?
No. I mean, I'm sure there's a good reason, but I can't think of one right now.
Until 3 or 4 days earlier, who was the owner of WCW?
Ted Turner.
And he was a part of
Turner Broadcasting Network.
He was a part of AOL Time Warner.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
The company that got put over more than, or the entity that got put over more than anybody else on the final Nitro. Not Booker, not Flair, not Sting, not Shane. The entity put over with anybody else was the former owner of the company.
It's weird, but yeah.
Yes. All right. So Vince is walking and he asks some random cop how he was. And then we go to the final match in WCW history and what really should have been the last Flair Sting match ever, but it wasn't. It's Ric Flair versus Sting. And for those who tried to forget, they did have a match on Impact 10 years later. And I know this will come as a shock. It wasn't nearly as good as any other match they ever had.
Fuck, I thought it was the best one of the group.
By the way, stop saying the F word on the show.
I said the F word again?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So Flair wrestled in a shirt because he never really got back into shape after his rotator cuff surgery the year before. Schiavone spends this match doing his best Mike Tenay impression, talking about the history of Flair Sting. Hudson pointed out that their famous match at Clash 1 was head-to-head with WrestleMania 4. I mentioned in the opening match that was the best of Booker T. Well, this match was the best of Ric Flair versus Sting. They did every spot they ever did, and Schiavone flat out said that we've seen this hundreds of times, and it's still great every single time. They did the chops. They did the 10 punches and the Flair flop. Flair did the low blow and the strutting. Sting tossed Flair up the top rope. Flair used the figure four with his hands on the ropes. Sting eventually fired up and no-sold it. Sting no-sells chops, makes his comeback, and wins with the Scorpion Deathlock. Literally, they could have sleepwalked through this match. And, you couldn't blame them. Flair was a bit rusty. He couldn't do his flip over the top rope, so Sting had to literally pick him up and put him on the ropes for the superplex spot. But Flair and Sting hug it out, and while they do have a little bit more time than everybody else did, we really don't have the time to appreciate it as we are magically whisked away to Cleveland, Ohio. But before we finish that magical whisk away, do you have anything you want to say about Flair and Sting, the final WCW match?
I mean, they couldn't have picked two better people to end Nitro with. Like, it's Sting and Flair.
They wrestled Flair on the first Nitro.
They did. And Flair left for like WWE for that 2-3 year period. But it really, think about WCW, besides Hogan and the NWO, who else would you think of immediately? Sting would be one. And Flair, more than likely, not definitely, but more than likely. So they deserved it. So those are my thoughts.
So flipping over to Raw, what happened here was Vince came out, but Flair and Sting weren't done hugging yet. So he orders Lillian Garcia to introduce him again. And that's when we've officially flipped over to Raw. And Lillian Garcia introduces Vince, making her another unlikely person to appear on Raw and Nitro in the same night. And although in this case, does it really count? But anyway.
I don't know. It may.
So Paul Heyman does the intro. Paul Heyman of all people, by the way. It's like, and it's the weird irony in all this. Paul Heyman of all people announces Vince McMahon as the winner of the Monday Night War as Vince struts into the ring. And it's like, in my opinion, one of the weird parts about this wasn't even just about everything. It was like Vince is cutting this promo with the WCW Nitro logo in the bottom corner of the screen. It's like, it's just so bizarre, like, to look at. And I know we're not going to sit here and review Raw during the invasion, but like so much of that, looking back, is just so bizarre and weird. But by the way, I'm not going to be playing the audio from this for a number of reasons, not the least of which is it went about 20 minutes on its own, and I've got more of a life than this. I don't know about Brian, but I have more of a life than this.
I do have more of a life.
So the first thing Vince does is he messes up and announces that not only are we on TNN, but we're also on TNN.
Yep.
Yeah. He announces that he has agreed to buy WCW. The sale is not finalized, but he has agreed to buy WCW, and that he will only finalize it at WrestleMania when Ted Turner himself walks the contract down the aisle and gives it to him. And obviously, we know what Vince's craziest dream ever was. He goes on to do the whole spiel. He says the only way to beat a billionaire is to become one himself, and that no other wrestler, nobody else helped him win. He himself beat WCW. No one else. And he turns it into a promo about his match coming up at WrestleMania with Shane McMahon. And he eventually debates what he could do with WCW. He could just let it sit on the shelf, and he could sit here and watch tapes every night. He could watch tapes of Hogan posing. He could watch tapes of everyone talking about how they're going to put WCW, or they're going to put the WWF out of business. Or he could sit and turn it into a multi-million-dollar media conglomerate like he has with the WWF. And so Vince lists a number of WCW wrestlers and asks the WWF fans if they want to see these guys. and they were chanting from second one for Goldberg. But we go to
Goldberg.
yeah.
Goldberg.
These were the real chants, not the piped in chants. So Vince lists some people. He lists Hogan. Hogan gets some cheers. Luger mostly gets booed. And then in the moment, that is the single reason why the invasion failed. Buff Bagwell's name gets an insane pop. This was the night to be Buff Bagwell because that guy got a job out of this. It was a job for a week, but he got a job out
Still
of
job.
this. Yeah.
Still job.
And it's amazing because it's like they literally lost their crap for Bagwell, and when they were looking for people because they needed named WCW wrestlers, it's like, well, for whatever reason, these people like Bagwell, so they might as well give him a shot. And because like Bagwell, by the way, had the worst luck of any star in WCW. I mean, he wasn't a mega star, but it's like he had a guaranteed Time Warner contract, but it expired like at the beginning of 2001, so you didn't have the 2-3 years of guaranteed money everybody else did to sit at home and do nothing. So it's like it worked out for Bagwell, you know.
Yeah. It did, yeah.
Yeah. After that, Booker got cheered. Scott Steiner got a huge pop. And that's when Vince tried to move on and be like, okay, let's move on to our lives, go to the rest of the promo. But the fans were really picking up the chant for Goldberg. And so Vince was like, okay, let's do this game again. He mentioned Sting. Sting gets a lot of cheers. And then the roof blows off the building as they go bat crap crazy for Goldberg when Vince mentions him. And of course, it's funny to note, who was the only person I mentioned, Brian, who didn't get hired at some point?
Elix Skipper.
When did Vince McMahon mention Elix Skipper's name?
Oh, in that spiel. Oh shit, I forget.
Luger.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Luger never did come back.
Nope. He hasn't even done the Hall of Fame, I don't think, has he?
I think he was in Sting's thing for a little bit.
But he wasn't inducted himself.
No, he hasn't been inducted. No, absolutely not.
Anyway,
he was rumored to go in, I think, last year.
So by the way, I did mention this. I think I mentioned it, but Elix Skipper and Kid Romeo, they both got developmental deals, and neither of them made it to the WWF main roster. And both ended up in TNA. Romeo briefly, and Skipper had a few-year run there, including one of the more famous spots in TNA history when he did the cage walk Hurricanrana to either Harris or Storm.
Yes, the famous one.
Yes. And so after all that, Vince says that what he should have done is he should have gone to Nitro, gone to Panama City Beach, Florida, lined up all the wrestlers around the ring, and looked them all in the eye and tell them all that they're fired. Da, 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 da. Because he is buying WCW and putting it on the shelf. No more WCW. They're all losing their jobs now. And then, in a night of bizarre happenings, maybe the most bizarre happened next. As Shane's music played, and he showed up. Not in Cleveland, but in Panama City Beach, Florida, and on Nitro. And it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, if you were following things on the internet at the time, like everyone kind of knew that this was the story, that somehow Shane will bought WCW. But it's like when you're 15, 16 years old and it's like you don't know all this, and all of a sudden Shane is showing up in a WCW ring. Sorry about that. It is crazy. And so Shane comes into the ring and he announces that Vince did not sign the contract. So Shane went over his head and bought the company out from under him. And so Nitro ends, the story of WCW ends with a new babyface owner. And what does this mean? Now, before we finish up, I want to make note that they had an audio issue. That wasn't an issue if you watched it on TNN, but TNT airs their shows on a 5-second delay at the time, and TNN was live as live can be, as Jim Ross used to say. And so when Shane McMahon came out, the audio and video was about 5 seconds off, but the audio from, and this is where it got weird. The audio from the TNN feed bled into the show, and so that was the first thing you heard. But 5 seconds later, you would see Shane's mouth move, and you would hear kind of faintly in the background everything you just heard him say. Any thoughts, Brian, on WCW or of everything being messed up on WCW's last night?
I mean, a lot more could have happened. I feel like a lot more mistakes could have happened, but I mean, all good things must come to an end, and WCW was at times a good thing and at times a horrible thing. So it was nice to finally be able to close the chapter in the Monday Night Wars.
So, here's something else that's kind of funny. Wrestling was on the Turner Network for almost 30 years. It was 29 years. That's a pretty great run.
Yeah, it is.
What was the last thing that fans on Turner Network Television saw after 29 years of, well, almost entirely the company that you can argue has since become WCW, even though it's not really, but for the sake of. Anyway, so the two last things you see or hear on WCW television on TNT is Jim Ross plugging that night's Raw main event with Steve Austin and The Rock versus The Undertaker and Kane. And then the show ends with a commercial for WrestleMania. It's like, that was the end of WCW, was a commercial for WrestleMania.
Kind of weird if you think about it, but fitting.
Yep. Alrighty. By the way, I want to point out a couple wacky things. First of all, the WWF audience cheered the idea of WCW kicking the WWF's ass, which
that's too funny.
It's just weird, for a number of reasons. And obviously, again, there were so many more important things going on at this moment. But the one thing that would happen on every spring break show for WCW was that somebody took a bump into the pool, and nobody took a bump into the pool on this show. I mean, Disco Inferno was on those spring breakout commercials. You're telling me you couldn't find 10 seconds for someone to throw Disco Inferno into the pool?
I would have done it for free.
There you go.
See?
So that is how WCW ends. And it's just, like I said, it's amazing to look back at. It's like, because even though this show is owned and being run by the WWF, it's like this was a WCW show. For better or worse, till death do us part, this was WCW to the bitter end.
Yep. Defiant little assholes. Not really, but yeah.
Why did you think that was an appropriate thing to say?
What? You said shit was appropriate. How's ass not appropriate?
Asshole is not an appropriate word. You know when I post this, they give me a box that says, is there explicit language in this episode? I've only had to click that box twice in the last couple months, And both have been because you were on the show.
Hey, I got bronze. I'll take it.
How do you get bronze?
Well, I get silver and bronze then, I guess.
How? And what?
Well, you said
What did I say?
You said this is the third time you'll have to check the explicit box.
No, this is the second time, and both
Oh, second
times,
silver.
yeah. Well,
And gold. Shit, everyone up in the world.
How are you? I don't even know how you have come to this conclusion.
Sleep.
That's not. This isn't even a good analogy.
I don't know. Sleep deprived.
Oh my god! If I didn't have to do weird news of the week right now, I would just spend our last 7 minutes, having you explain that. But we got to go to weird news of the week. That's weird news of the week presented by nobody. Nobody. Company that sponsors nothing.
Ooh.
And we go to UPI.com to our favorite weird, odd news writer, Ben Hooper. Bear who twice escaped at Missouri Zoo, moving to new home in Texas. An escape artist bear who twice escaped his enclosure at a Missouri zoo in a single month is being moved to a new home, officials announced. The St. Louis Zoo said that the 4-year-old Andean bear named Ben is being transferred to the Gladys Porter Zoo in Brownsville, Texas. The move comes after Ben escaped from his enclosure by breaking through the steel mesh twice in February. The zoo said it reinforced the enclosure after the first escape, but Ben still managed to get out a second time. Officials said the Texas Zoo will be a better fit for Ben, as the bear enclosure is surrounded by a moat instead of steel mesh. While we love Ben and wish he could stay with us, our goal is to do what is best for him, said Regina Mazzotti, Vice President of Animal Care at the St. Louis Zoo. I am so grateful for the excellent care provided to Ben by our animal care team here and everyone's willingness to seek opportunities for Ben to thrive. So, what a nice way to end the show that Brian swore up and down during.
It wasn't up and down. I only dropped a couple curse words here and there.
It's 2 more than I asked you to say.
I'm sorry. I can't help myself sometimes.
You are not sorry.
Yes, I am.
Why are you lying to the people, Brian? Don't lie to people.
I'm sorry.
Stop lying.
You're right.
I do not get this flustered when KJ was on the show. And he knew nothing about
KJ barely
wrestling.
talked. It's because KJ barely talked. No offense, KJ.
Talked a lot.
Uh-huh.
What do you know? You never listened to the show.
I did too.
Yeah, sure. Anyway, by the way, to get our few plugs out of the way that I forgot to do at the beginning of the show, listen to us on tinyurl.com/somethingelsepod. That is your go-to for all of our shows. We're also, of course, listed on angrymarks.com, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, CastBox, Overcast, Pod Paradise, Castro, Podbay.fm, Radio Public, and Pocket Cast. And as always, yes, these are all real places. And by the way, I've been talking about a new project we want to start soon. Next week, I'll be making the announcement of what that new project is. And I can't speak for Brian because he's not going to be part of the new project, but I'm pretty excited for the new project. Brian, are you excited for the new project?
Yes. I lied again.
I should point out that Brian refuses to listen to the show while he's in the car with the kids because of potential foul language. And the only person with foul language on this show is Brian.
When did I ever say refuse to let the kids listen to the show because of foul language?
Well, why else are you not listening to the show?
I do listen to the show.
When was the last time you listened to the show, Brian?
Yesterday.
And what episode did you listen to, Brian?
The one I was on. The last one.
That wasn't the last episode. It's like 4 episodes.
You said what was the last episode I listened to. This is what you asked.
Yeah.
So it was the episode I was on.
Then you said that was the last episode. Like, no, there's been several episodes since then.
No, this is the last episode I listened to.
Well, you're like 3 episodes behind, Brian.
Oh,
Start
darn
listening
shucks.
to
What am
them.
I going to do?
You're gonna listen to them starting tomorrow.
I'll think about it.
Or else I'll find a way to not let you listen to this episode.
Ooh.
So anyway,
Tempting.
we are somehow shockingly, amazingly enough, running low on time. It's a longer episode than usual. So Brian, say goodbye to the fine people.
Goodbye, fine people.
And we will talk to you again next week. Thank you all for listening. And welcome to episode number 034 of Something Else with Aria and Not KJ. I am your hostess with the mostest, the one and only Aria. I am joined this week not by KJ, not by my brother Brian, not by anybody else you may have heard on this show over the past 6 months. I'm joined by just me today. And the sound you hear is everyone paying attention and listening and not hearing me just be guffawed by things that my brother says and does on these shows. And for those of you who like listening to me and my brother, I'm sure he'll be on again. And, I got to say, the chemistry between us, you probably wouldn't get it if you were to listen to us every single week. We got to give you a break for a couple weeks. So, want to get a few things out first of all. If you are listening to us and let's say you don't really care for whatever service you're currently listening to us on, that's fine. We got options. We are available, of course, on tinyurl.com/somethingelsepod. We're also available every Friday on angrymarks.com. And you can, of course, hear us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Castbox, Overcast, Pod Paradise, Castro, Podbay.fm, Radio Public, and Pocket Cast. And like we tell you every single week here on this show, yes, those are all still real places. And so moving right along here, and today, of course, we're going to be talking about Mid-South Wrestling from April 22nd, 1982. But before we get into that, a few other notes. First of all, I'm taping this episode a week before WrestleMania. Basically, between WrestleMania and every other show I'm planning on watching this weekend, along with just, having a life. Plus, on Monday, this coming Monday, I think that's the 3rd, I'm going to the Boston Red Sox Pittsburgh Pirates game at Fenway Park. So what I'm saying is I'm probably not going to have time this weekend to be recording a show. Now, as I say that, some of you are probably shaking your fist because odds are, knowing me, I'll have recorded like 6 shows over the weekend. But as of this recording, that is not currently the plan. So any talk I have currently of WrestleMania is a prediction, not a spoiler. I am not Paul Heyman. By the way, and I'm probably going to be horribly wrong when I say this and guess this. I am going to guess that somehow, some way, Roman Reigns keeps the title at WrestleMania. And the only reason, and I know that that if that happens, you're gonna hear a lot of people, saying that this stuff doesn't matter. It's never been part of the reign. Day 1000 is the next Saudi Arabia show. And the next Saudi Arabia show is King and Queen of the Ring. And even though I'd imagine he wouldn't actually be in the tournament, what better way to anoint the true king than to have him be the first person to reach 1,000 days as champion well, I mean, he's already the longest reign since this point, but since Hogan in 84 to 88. Literally, the only title reign in my lifetime that's gone this long is the one that started 8 months, 9 months before I was born. Which, by the way, my mother did deny that even though I was born in New York and I was born 9 months and 1 week afterwards, she does deny that her and my father went to Madison Square Garden, saw Hulk Hogan win the title, and were so excited by that that they went home and became pregnant with me. It's, just a lovely thought, I'm sure, to anybody listening to this anyway. But anywho, the other one, the big announcement that I've been teasing for a few weeks, and I said last week I'll be talking about this week. I'm here to tell you that starting on Friday, February 28th, we're going to be debuting a brand new show here. It's going to be the Smoky Mountain Wrestling Re-Watch Along Project, where every week I will be doing a watch along of Smoky Mountain Wrestling beginning in February of 1992. If you might recall, a couple months ago, I did a live watch along with the 2 Royal Rumble matches, which, I did get a decent amount of feedback and I had fun doing. And so I was trying to think of ways that I could incorporate, the amount of fun I had doing those shows into this show. And honestly, Mid-South, it's great episodic television, and we're going to talk about this here today, sometimes there's not a lot to talk about as the show is going on. And Smoky Mountain, while yes, it takes a little bit to get going, Smoky Mountain is a fantastic 1 hour program. And I know it's 2023 and there's a lot of people out there who are going to go, ugh, you're just putting over Jim Cornette, and Jim Cornette is this, that, and the other thing. You know what? It's still a good wrestling show, and I enjoy a good wrestling show. So we're going to be watching that. For those of you who are also going, ugh, I've heard this before, you're going to do a second show. It's going to last 3 weeks, and we'll never hear about it again. When are you going to do worldwide? First of all, shut up with worldwide. But secondly, I love you guys. But secondly, it's not going to last 3 episodes. Want to know why? Because I've already recorded 8 episodes. So, I'm already at 8 episodes, and it's still a month before I'm even starting. It's literally, I'm recording this on March 28th. There are 31 days until I start posting episodes. And by then, I'm hopeful to have, around 15 in the bag at least. So even if I, decide to just fly like an eagle into the future, hopefully you're going to have at least 4 quality months of radio programming before I mysteriously disappear, which, hopefully doesn't happen. So also these shows will not be available on angrymarks.com. However, if you subscribe to something else on all your favorite streaming platforms that I mentioned a minute ago, all your favorite places that you steal podcasts from, you'll not only get this show, your primary something else program every single week where we talk about Mid-South Wrestling, and when the mood strikes, occasionally something else like last week. Yes, we talk about something else here on Something Else occasionally. But also, you'll get the Smoky Mountain Rewatch Along project that begins on April 28th. But enough about that. We've still got a month to go before that, and I'll bug you about it enough before then. But let's go to Mid-South Wrestling from April 22nd, 1982, from the Irish McNeil Boys Club in Shreveport, Louisiana. There is not going to be a lot of audio on this show. There just really isn't. But there is actually a decent amount to talk about. But first, let's go to the intro of the show. It's Boyd Pierce and the voice of ESPN Rodeo, Jim Ross.
Welcome to another week of Mid-South Wrestling. We welcome you on the network. I'm your host, Boyd Pierce, and we have a lot of exciting action. A 6-man tag team battle, and that's just exactly what we expect. On one team will be Alpha plus Sika plus the one-man gang against across the ring the 3 men of Mr. Olympia plus Dick Murdoch plus the Junkyard Dog. Also the Popper Girl Stars, in answer to so many requests, are here this week. Also, Bob Roop and Tully Blanchard make a formidable team. You'll see Iron Mike Sharp in action. The Assassin is here. It all adds up to a great hour. We have with us the man who was with us last week and did a tremendous job. Our guest commentator once again, Jim Ross. Jim?
Boy, it's great to be back with you, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be here on Mid-South Wrestling. And, of course, I've had the opportunity to travel around the country and see a lot of wrestling action around from coast to coast. This is absolutely the best wrestling action I've ever been around, and, of course, I think matchmaker Grizzly Smith has outdone himself once again because we do have a tremendous card. And, of course, this first match should start everything off in a great way.
Let's go to the ring for the introduction.
So you heard it. Not only today are we going to get a big six-man tag with all the main event guys, not only are we going to get Iron Mike Sharp in action, not only are we going to get Bob Roop and Tully Blanchard as a tag team, we're also going to have the popular girl wrestlers. I don't know why Boyd Pierce always refers to them as the popular girl wrestlers. It's like he's acknowledging that they're not really popular, but he figures if he says it often enough, that maybe we'll believe that they really are the popular girl wrestlers. And this crowd, I don't know, and I mean, some of this stuff isn't that great, but, you know, this crowd was dead the whole show. And it gets really noticeable later on. And in fact, even in the Junkyard Dog match, you know, Junkyard Dog, while the people woke up and cheered a bit, it wasn't like, you know, they were lighting the seats on fire and throwing babies in the air to steal a couple catchphrases over Dog. It was like, hey, look, it's a popular baby face kind of reaction as opposed to, hey, here's our hero. Our national hero is here, kind of reaction. So we can't get to the end without starting at the beginning. We start the show, our first match. It is one of the more legendary matches in Mid-South television history, and not legendary in a good way. This is a match I've been teasing now for about a month, ever since the debut of Larry Higgins, Hacksaw Higgins. He is a large man who's very green, and honestly, and we've talked about this, he does not belong on TV. He needs, obviously, like at this time, there was not a developmental, obviously, but it's like he's a guy that needed to be doing jobs on the road for 6 months to a year somewhere. Send him to Memphis because people starve, but they learn a lot in Memphis. But he is not meant to be on TV. Even in 1982, and this was bad. This was bad, folks. And while I'm doing this, I'm trying to pull up some stuff about Larry Higgins. He's actually, according to this, he was only 6'4", but when you're in a territory with a bunch of shorter guys, you look a lot bigger. And I want to believe that this cannot be true. And I mean, it is the right guy, but he debuted in 1976, which means at this point, he's 6 years into his career. And at this point, and I'll be honest, and I've talked about my horrible wrestling training before. If I was put in a match on TV last March after my 3 or 4 sessions, I probably do as bad as this. However, again, I had 3 or 4 wrestling training sessions, and Larry Higgins was allegedly a wrestler for 6 years. According to CageMatch.net, his last match was in June of 1991 on WCW Worldwide against PN News. Now that is a match that we may need to hunt down and see. Oh my God. And he was also in New Japan in 1987. Like, are they really that hard up for, talent at the time? I mean, again, he's a big guy, but Jesus. And yeah, like and also 86 he was there. But it's like going through this, like he's wrestled he wrestled a lot of places, and I'd like to think, and God knows I'm not going to go hunting down a lot of his old tapes, but I'd like to think he gets better from here. Now, for what it's worth, CageMatch.net lists his professional debut as January 10th, 1982, or at least that's the latest match they have listed. And I want to believe that that has to be true because, you know, this guy is not, at the level where he should be doing much more than this. And according to this, and of course, they could just not have complete records. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is his 8th match ever. And most of these have been on television. And they really shouldn't be. So I guess before I keep going, and by the way, this is not his last Mid-South match. He's at least 2 more in the next 2 weeks, which hopefully go better for him. In fact, I'm sure they do because I don't have any vivid memories of his poor performance. But the match is him versus Paul Orndorff. And you get Orndorff, who is naturally a little ornery. I was telling the story on the AEW Heels page a few days ago because we were talking about wrestlers we've met and, great stories about them. I mentioned that I met Orndorff once in an elevator at WrestleCon weekend, and he gave me the look that basically said, I know you know who I am, but leave me the frick alone. And I left him the frick alone. So Orndorff did not seem to be in an exceptionally good mood even going into this match. And basically the first move of the match, you knew you were in for a rough one as time stood still when they locked up. And Orndorff ended up using a small package to get out of it. Higgins looked like he kneed him in the groin at one point, so Orndorff decked him. Orndorff goes to the middle rope for an elbow, but Higgins sat up and started moving away, so Orndorff dove onto him anyway. Higgins, as we mentioned last week, he cannot run the ropes. And I can say with 100% certainty, I ran the ropes better than Hacksaw Higgins. So because honestly, he did it so poorly. It actually looked like he was trying to grab them to stop his momentum, like he was shooting in this match, where it's like, hey, in a shoot, are you really going to bounce off the ropes? But Higgins looked like he grabbed them to stop momentum, and so Orndorff hit a drop kick. That kicked Larry Higgins right in the face. Then we get to the finish of the match. So as we've mentioned, Higgins, not a great rope runner. Higgins gets shot in for a power slam, and he would not go up for it. And again, time stood still, and Orndorff eventually powered him up and over for the slam, but Higgins kicked out. And then he did the power slam a second time for the pin, but Higgins kicks out at 3.1 and starts getting up, no selling the finish. So Orndorff, who is being built up all match, has a top baby face and gonna wrestle Bob Root probably at the Superdome. He kneed Higgins in the head. A shoot knee to the head. And even then, Higgins wouldn't stay down. So they go to commercial, and there is actually more to this story, and this is courtesy of Mike Mills of Booking the Territory. He shared the story on a podcast he did a few years ago. And he mentions the stories from One Man Gang's Facebook page. And it says, to condense a long story short here, after the match in the dressing room, because they only had one large dressing room, but they had 2 doors on either side. So, the fans didn't realize it was just one large room there. But after the match in the dressing room, Larry came back and Orndorff walked up to him and slapped the piss out of him 3 separate times and shouted at him that he better never get up from his finisher like that ever again. Larry did apologize, and that was that. So that's, at the very least, that's a finish to kind of go out of your way to see, because man, oh man, and the fact that this television enhancement talent no sold the finish, I'm shocked he came back for another TV taping. So then we get Iron Mike Sharp versus Ron Cheatham. This match went a lot smoother than the last match. JR on commentary says he's a big fan of Sharp and predicts that he will be a big star in wrestling. I once predicted that Damien Sandow would become a bigger star after losing his Money in the Bank cash-in, and I would like to say that Jim was almost as wrong as I was. Sharp hit a nice drop kick on Cheatham and locked on a body scissors. He actually lifts Cheatham up in the air with his legs and drops him right on his arse, and he did so without knocking off the Stormtrooper helmet. Sharp then slapped on a bear hug, and that's all she wrote. Remember the last time there was women wrestling on Mid-South? It was when the Little Women were wrestling with the regular-sized men in a mixed tag match, and Reeser Bowden was very Reeser Bowden, introduced as a match with the little girls and the big men. Well, Reeser's back at it for our women's match here. Let's go to Reeser for the introduction.
And now we come to the beautiful part of our event. This event is for one fall with a 10-minute time limit. In the red corner, from Dallas, Texas, Miss Wendy Richter. And in the blue corner, all the way from Dublin, Ireland, Miss Velvet McIntyre.
As the girls' introduction, and shedding her green jacket, the little Irish lassie, Velvet McIntyre, versus the black and white clad Dallas cowgirl, Wendy Richter. Jim, this should...
All right, so first, now we come to the beautiful part of our show with Miss Wendy Richter and Velvet McIntyre. So Boyd calls Wendy Richter, even though Reeser pronounced it correctly. Jim Ross pronounces it correctly during the match, and he does not correct himself at all and calls her Richter over and over and over again. So JR actually had a good point because, this is 1982. There is not a lot of girls wrestling going on. And so he makes the point that the referees are not experienced refereeing girls matches. And he puts over that, girls wrestle a different style. While they may do the same moves, they do them a bit differently. And JR made this look like a very important, very exciting bout. The fans, of course, did not care about. And of course, these two women would go on to wrestle at WrestleMania. Speaking of WrestleMania, Richter, as most people listening to this know, wrestled at WrestleMania 1 against Leilani Kai when she had Cyndi Lauper in her corner. A year later, no Cyndi Lauper, no Wendy Richter, no Leilani Kai. We had Moolah wrestling Velvet McIntyre, and Velvet looked great for 30 seconds, and then the strap on her singlet broke, and Moolah just hovered over her and pinned her. So, JR, by the way, at one point during this match, he promises that we're going to see matches from elsewhere in the wrestling world today. I'm thinking, because this show was taped at the same day as last week's show, where they showed the Harley Race match, they showed Jerry Lawler and Andy Kaufman. I'm thinking he mixed it up a little bit here, and no one corrected it because we never saw anything on the show about anything else in the wrestling world. By the way, this was a pretty good TV match. Again, nothing to go out of your way to see, but good nonetheless. Richter kicks McIntyre into the referee, with referee Alfred Neely, for those keeping track, and all three roll on top of each other. Neely, which, at this point, that's the spot that happens in every girls' match, and honestly kept going on, even, into the early aughts in the WWF. Not every match, but, enough of them would have them rolling over the referee. But Neely got up, read both of them to the riot act. McIntyre made her comeback, but missed the drop kick. But actually, in the shock of shocks, as I was expecting the opposite result, she actually won with a sunset flip. Up next, North American champion Bob Roop teams with Tully Blanchard to take on Coco Samoa and Buddy Landell. So after a month of enhancement duty, Tully is now on his second straight week of a push as he teams with the North American champion. Now, Roop, as I've explained, I say that he's a great heel champion. He makes his opponents look like $1 million, and at times, probably better than they could otherwise. He makes Coco Samoa, especially here, look great. And to be honest, how many times in his career can we say Coco Samoa looked great? Roop, I say, Roop does not get the appreciation he deserves, in my opinion, because he's not the flashiest of wrestlers. And yes, sometimes listening to him talk, it's a little dull, but I think he works, especially in 1982, and I think he's a lot better than people remember. Samoa did hit his springboard sunset flip on Roop, but Roop landed in the ropes. Boudreaux tagged in and ran wild on both heels briefly before he tagged out, and the heels got the heat on Coco. Roop almost won with what was called a look at this maneuver, which is Mid-South speak for a small package. Landell tagged in, and Roop did a blind tag, hitting Landell with a knee to the face and a leg drop for the pin. Now, in case you've never watched Mid-South, before each commercial break, what they do is they have a black screen, and in the middle of it is a small video, which is usually the finish of the prior match. And underneath it in yellow text, it'll say what the next match is. And this is what they've done even when the next segment is an angle or an interview or whatever. They'll tell you, up next, Tully Blanchard versus Coco Samoa, or whatever it ends up being. However, this time it just said in big, stupid yellow letters, action continues. So action continued when we came back and Boy tosses it to a video of last week's angle with the Assassin and Ernie Ladd. Nothing groundbreaking. They show pretty much the whole thing, because the whole thing goes like 5 minutes, where the Assassin walks out on Ernie Ladd because General Skandor Akbar paid him more money. And Ernie Ladd went and got Terry Gibbs as a partner, and I think Paul Orndorff got involved, and actually Paul Orndorff did get involved. Let's go back to the desk where Jim Ross is going to explain what happened and recap it.
Boy, I think it's very easy to see, to put everything in a very concise perspective here, that when General Skandor Akbar realized that the Assassin had a price, when Ernie Ladd bought the Assassin to do a job, that the Assassin had a price, Akbar, when you get into a bidding war with General Skandor Akbar and all that oil money he has, oftentimes Akbar's going to win. That's what happened in this case. The Assassin had a price, but he may be paying a bigger price when Ernie Ladd gets back going, and of course, that confrontation is far, far from over.
And we'll see the Assassin in action when we return after this word from Mid-South.
Alrighty. So, yeah, the Assassin has a price. And Akbar, the genius Akbar is, with all that oil money, he knew that the Assassin could be bought. He was bought by Ernie Ladd. Well, guess what? He's got more money. And he can pay off the Assassin even better than Ernie Ladd could. And that's what happened last week. And now Akbar, has a fourth person in his stable of wrestlers. He has another guy, another enemy, now in Paul Orndorff. And now, what's his name? Iron Mike Sharp is involved. And yeah, and, they're setting it up where basically the entire company is feuding with each other. And that could be interesting as we go along. So up next, the Assassin versus Terry Gibbs. Now, the Mid-South graphics department, in addition to spelling names horribly incorrectly, they also put quotation marks around what could be fake names. So, like when Andre the Giant wrestled, he was Andre the Giant, with the giant in quotes. And of course, they did that for the assassin here. You know, just in case you thought, being the dumbest of the dumbest marks, you thought that this man's legal name was the assassin. Capital T, capital A. Mr. and Mrs. Assassin had 9 months, and the best name they could come up with was the. JR listed all the baby faces as examples of people who don't have a price, mentioning Ted DiBiase among others, which, you know, is kind of ironic. But I guess technically Ted didn't have a price himself. Everyone else did. The crowd, this is where, you know, it became like just painfully obvious how dead this crowd was. They did not care for this match. Even though this is the same crowd that was here for last week's super hot show where they were into the assassin's angle, and the assassin definitely did not help as he just worked the headlock and worked the headlock and worked the headlock, and this match and the headlock and this match and the headlock and this match and the headlock. No, that's not the problem with your system. It's not skipping. I'm just reiterating that he really worked the headlock in this match. And while there was nothing technically wrong with it, it just went forever. You could literally see fans not paying attention, and the few that were looking at the ring were just staring straight ahead and looking straight through them into whatever was on the other side of the camera. This show is 42 minutes without commercials, and I'm pretty sure I watched this match for about 48 or 49 minutes. Assassin won with a headbutt. Boyd talks about Dick Murdoch's return from last week with Bob Roop and the angle where he laid out Akbar, and they showed the video of basically that entire match, including Dick Murdoch coming to the ring and putting his trunks on, which again was never pointed out as to why this man did not put his trunks on in the back for this not live show. So we come back and JR is going to recap it for us.
It's very obvious that Dick Murdoch took care of General Skandar Akbar, and of course, when General Skandar Akbar talked about the Marine Corps, he talked about Carl Cox. We all can remember the great feud between Dick Murdoch and Carl Cox. Whether the issue was settled or not is irrelevant. They did have a great deal of respect for each other as men, and as men, they were Marines. And of course, General Skandar Akbar bit off a little bit more than they could chew. Dick Murdoch took care of business. We've got a tremendous tag team match, a 6-man tag team match. Let's go to the ring now for those introductions.
So JR recaps it and talks about the respect that Dick Murdoch and Killer Carl Cox have for each other. And of course, Killer Carl Cox was here for like 2 weeks. He was over with the crowd. He had his trenching tool, which apparently every Marine has a trenching tool because Dick Murdoch has a trenching tool and he's a former Marine. Someone needs to ask Lacey Evans where her trenching tool is. By the way, did you know Lacey Evans is a former Marine? I never knew that. Anyway, so I got to point out the irony about Dick Murdoch being friends and respecting Killer Carl Cox, considering that Dick Murdoch does have a love and an affinity for things and whatnot with those initials. We then get the main event, and speaking of irony when it comes to Dick Murdoch and the KKK, he is teaming with Junkyard Dog and Mr. Olympia to take on the Samoans, Offensika, and the one-man gang with General Skandar Akbar in their corner. I don't want to accuse this match of not lasting long, but there were less than 3 minutes of TV time left when the bell rang. So we essentially had a main event standby match here. I wrote the gang starts with the dog, and well, gang started with the dog and ended with the dog. This match didn't go long enough for anybody else to get in the damn match. They do their big man strength spots. Gang, however, knew where his bread was buttered as he went flying over the top rope for a punch. We got a six-way brawl immediately. Murdoch got his trenching tool and hit every single heel with it. Apparently, that was not a disqualification, and the heels who were tired of being hit with the trenching tool just got up and walked away about 90 seconds into the match, and it either ended in a count-out win for the baby faces, which it really shouldn't have, or a time limit draw, which also it really shouldn't have. Why is Dick Murdoch allowed to hit the heels with his trenching tool and not be disqualified for it? And basically, the show went off the air like as the bell was ringing. Next week, Ted DiBiase's back, the debut of Hacksaw Duggan, and someone else who I didn't write down, and it was very important, obviously. But anyway, what a bizarre show. Really, what a bizarre little show we had here this week. But, let's pep up everyone's step here, end things on a high note. It's time for Weird News of the Week. Yes, that is Weird News of the Week, presented by Nobody. Nobody, the company that sponsors nothing. And we go to upi.com, and our good friend Ben Hooper, who I should email him and see if, he wants to be on the show. I doubt he'd even reply, but it's like we basically use his stuff all the time on this show. But here we go. So, North Carolina shelter seeking new home for dog and goat best friends. A North Carolina animal shelter is trying to find a new home for an unusual pair of bonded animals, a dog and a goat. The Wake County Animal Center said in a news release that best friends Cinnamon the goat and Felix the dog were brought to the shelter by the City of Raleigh Animal Control on March 13th after their previous owner was no longer able to care for them. Shelter director Jennifer Federico said that staff were surprised to see the bond between the two animals, especially considering how often they had seen the aftermath of dog attacks on goats. That's not a normal combination, Federico told WTVD-TV. Usually we have dogs attacking goats, so this is just a very unusual group. Federico said Cinnamon is so attached to Felix that she will cry when the two animals are separated. She said officials are currently looking at rescue options, but will consider adoption by members of the public if a new home isn't found by March 31st. She said the shelter is determined to find the duo a home together. In many cases of interspecies friendship, the species are not normally seen together, and sometimes one is of a species that ordinarily preys on the other in nature. Whatever the reason for these two bonding, it's clear what would be best for their well-being is to keep them together, she said. And isn't that sweet? Like, who doesn't love a nice, weird animal story every week? Because that seems to be what we tend to gravitate towards. Because ultimately, they are the cutest stories to talk about. But that's going to do it for this week. I don't think I went 70 minutes this week, so it's already a step up from last week. So I want to thank everybody for listening. Hope you had fun. Make sure to hit the subscribe button, like button, share this podcast on your social media of choice. If you really want to follow me, find me on Twitter at TheRealAW1984. I look like a person dressed in a goth outfit. That really is me. Anyway, that's going to do it for this week. Thank you all for listening, and I'll talk to you again in 7 days.